Tribune.
Glue is cheap.
Girder.
this usually take?
Shivering an immediate return. Shoot the radar into the ground and the bone bounces the image back. Bounces it back. This new program's incredible. A few more years development and we won't even have to dig anymore.
Where's the fun in that?
It's a little distorted, but I don't think it's a computer.
Oh. Post-mortem contraction of the posterior neck ligaments. Velociraptor?
Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5, 6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary...
What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
Got it in for me. And look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrist. It's no wonder these guys learn how to fly.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles. Look at the pubic bone, turned backward, just like a bird. Look at the vertebrae, full of air sacs and hollows,
More
just
like
like a bird.
6-foot turkey. Turkey.
Six-foot turkey. Turkey. 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey and see whether it clear it.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to see all of you here today. I apologize for being a little bit late. I've got a good excuse, though. I promise you. I'll tell you in a minute, but welcome, everyone. If it's your very first time here, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. It's my hope that you already know what a paleontologist is, but in case you don't, it's a scientist who studies fossils. That's what I do. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. I want to make it very clear that paleontology does not equal dinosaurs. Paleontology is the study of the history of life on Earth through the fossil record. The study of fossils. So it's everything from fossil bacteria to fossil baleen whales. From fossil ferns to fossil frogs. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg, but they do happen to be what I study. I study dinosaur fossils, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and I go out and dig up dinosaurs during the summers. That's what I just got back from a few days ago, was out there in Utah with the Utah Geological Survey, digging up dinosaurs with them, and spent the whole 3 weeks out there with the UGS, digging up a brand new species of iguanodont dinosaur, possibly 2 new species. thank you, Wombat Hole, for the 29 months.
Ontogeny.
Frogs indeed, Wombat Hole. Whose emote is that? Huh. It almost looks like an iOS emote, but it might not be. Thank you, Wombat Hole, for keeping me here online. This is how I can continue to do this. Continue these live streams, continue this science outreach because of the generous support of this community. Believe it or not, this is my full-time job. This is what I do for a living. And I'm very grateful to everybody who makes that possible.
This quarry has provided scientists with many dramatic...
And that's what's up. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. I will turn my volume up a little bit, because apparently it seems low. Odd. I wonder if one of these knobs got... Turn that up a little bit. Hopefully that's better. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. That's what's up. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me adjust my lighting, too. This is a whole audio-visual experience. There we go. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Anyway, I was out there with the Utah Geological Survey for 3 weeks. Digging up dinosaurs,
Mouse that I have at home.
gathering data.
Along with the keyboard. It's a bamboo one,
I
which
think
is
it's
fun.
mouses when you're talking about different species.
Oh, it's like fish versus fishes. There we go, yeah.
There's Karen Poole, who works on iguanodont dinosaurs.
So if it's the same make and model, then it would be
Then it's mice.
mice.
But if they're like different brands,
Then it would be mouses.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that a
then
lot.
it's mouses.
I think we need to make that actually
Yeah.
lore now.
Anywho,
Be digging and
I'll be back out there about a mile from here. Several miles.
today we should also hopefully have.
I'll be very close to this
going
site.
into The quarry at some point.
In late September,
He's on his way from
out on a
Colorado
dinosaur
right
dig.
now. And then we've got Jim Kirkland on his way down from Salt Lake City. So one or both of them might show up.
Over a ridge,
during
several
tonight's
ridges,
stream.
but
So
yeah,
we'll see.
clear.
Stay tuned.
Anyhow, yeah. And you can't see the spot in the background. It's a few horizons over, I suppose. But yeah. Anyway, it's so good to see everybody. Given that this is my means of doing science outreach, trying to show you how paleontology works firsthand, not just tell, but show you. Whether it's live from the field or whether it's from here in my office, going over new scientific papers, covering new publications on fossil science, doing Q&A, interviewing other paleontologists, watching videos, all that good stuff. And 3D printing, too. This is how I do outreach when I'm not in the field. And again, I'm a little apologetic for being late today, but I promised you I had a good reason. I can't tell you the details quite yet, but suffice it to say, I was meeting with a very important person in the world of leatherback turtle conservation. And trying to set some stuff up for some future exciting live streams. Leatherback turtles are kind of they're a newfound obsession that I have this year. They are creatures that are in dire need of our help, of our support, of our conservation. And so I'm trying to find ways to use my platform here on Twitch to help out with that. Ways that'll help this species survive and teach you about them and entertain you at the same time. So I'm really looking forward to that, and I think I can say with some degree of confidence right now that exciting things are in the works. And Eminette loves turtles. Me too. Leatherback turtles in particular. But, but yeah. Turtles of all stripes. And cats too. Hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? I'm still a little bit leery about you, Minnie, after the damage you inflicted upon me yesterday. Was anybody here for that? Mini Pie, decided to... Well, she clawed me yesterday on stream. Luckily, she didn't draw blood, but she certainly left a mark. She got a little bit too rowdy during yesterday's broadcast. And I'm hoping she's feeling a little bit calmer today. You feeling calmer, Mini Pie? Yeah. Does she still have an attitude today? We'll see, Petrodactylus. We'll see. Mini Pie, what's shaking with you? You pushing the camera around? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah. Can I brush you first? Alright. Before I give you some treats, let's get you brushed. Yeah. And there you go, Arle. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mini Pie. She's, I think, still adjusting to me being home after being in the field for 1 3/4 months this year. No, longer than that. More than 2 months this year. Yeah. Yeah, seriously. I've been away a while, but I'm back now. Yeah. And I know you're my landlord, but you still have to treat me with respect, okay? Huh. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah. That explains the need for treats, says Wombat Hole. Yeah, she is jonesing for him. Absolutely. Absolutely, Mini Pie. Huh. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I'm gonna give you some treats. Don't say what. She's sitting on the soundboard right now. Alright. Alright, let's get those for you, huh? Oh, what's this? Molino Kofin, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here you go, Mini Pie. Here. Here. Yeah, I know. Exciting. Pay the landlord here. Look at all those. My goodness. What riches. Here's another one. You better chew those. They're dental treats, after all. You're not supposed to just inhale them.
Oh, what is the answer? A prehistoric monster. Well, what do we make of these bones?
And Sleepy Lucarlio, thank you for the 5 months of support. I appreciate that Prime there. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah, and I'm sure Mini Pie appreciates that too. I just ordered some more treats for her, which should be here, I think, on Friday. Thanks to the support of somebody who made a Ko-Fi donation. So anyway, some of the income that I make here on Twitch does go directly into paying the landlords like Mini Pie. Huh, Mini Pie? Yeah. Yeah. Or a Patasaurian eating habit. Yeah, she's doing some sweep feet. Oh, she's swallowing whole. I see what you mean, Jody Fish. Yeah, no chewing. You're just gulping those down, huh? No time to chew. You're all about efficiency. Time is money, huh? Yeah. Oh, she gets high quality fodder here. Not like a diplodocid sauropod, like a Patasaurus. And not like a leatherback turtle either, who eat very low quality gelatinous zooplankton, things like sea jellies and things. No, Mini Pie is getting fed very well. Huh. Huh. She is. Anyway, it's good to have everybody here today. We are going to be talking about some additional fossil news. Yesterday we went over 4 new dinosaurs, which were published while I was away in the field. So we didn't get to cover those as soon as they came out. So we were playing catch-up yesterday, and that was a lot of fun. 3 new dinosaurs from China and 1 from Mongolia, all recently published. Today we're going to be looking at some other bits of fossil news, not new dinosaurs, but some new other fossil organisms, including a weirdo critter from the Triassic period. And if we've got other pieces of fossil news that people have found that they're curious about, don't hesitate to post those in the chat. I've got a few different items that should provide enough fodder for today's stream. But if you've got something that you've been holding on to for a while that you'd like to see me discuss, I'm all about it. So don't hesitate with that. But for right now, let's do a quick screenshot here for Blue Sky, shall we? Control print screen. What's here, Mini Pie? Alright, open up Paint, Control V.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
CPL Tunnel, thank you for the Prime sub. Hey, I really appreciate that. Welcome to the community. Enjoy not watching any ads for as long as you stay subscribed with those Primes. Thank you. I appreciate the support. I do sincerely. Thank you very much. And yay, science! Yes, indeed. Is it CPL or CPI Tunnel? I wanted to call you Captain Tunnel, but I think that's CPL. Corporal! There you go. Corporal Tunnel. Big paleo salute in the chat for Corporal Tunnel here. No matter your rank, I appreciate you. Thank you, Corporal. Good stuff. Good stuff. And I think this is workable. We'll use that. We'll go ahead and crop that, and we'll go ahead and post this to Blue Sky. There we are. Let's see. It's a fossil news stream. Oh, don't try to eat those. I've got some crinoid fossils on my desk. Mini Pie. Don't even think about it. Those are not for eating. Hey. No. No. Those will break your teeth. Don't even think about it. And thank you, Golganek, for those 100 bits. You started off a hype train there, didn't you? Thank you, Golganek. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah. Mini Pie trying to eat some... Is it Silurian age? Crinoid fossils? Yeah. Yeah, Mini Pie, those are like 380 plus million years old, I think. Silurian period. If they are Silurian, I think they are. No, older. 420 to 443. That's pretty old. Sorry, Minnie. Not yours for eating. It would not be, I promise that would not be good for you. You wouldn't enjoy it. They're vaguely treat-shaped, though, so I can see why she would make that mistake. Join us now at twitch.tv/paleontologizing as we discuss that weird new Trypanosaur-ish critter, Mirasaura, plus the infuriating Threatosaurus auction. Plus whatever you'd like to talk about. Let's catch up. The news we missed while out in the field. The news we missed this summer. I'm 6 characters over. Let's get rid of a space right there and a space right there. That'll get us closer. Let's get rid of that comma. It's not entirely necessary. And I guess we'll get rid of the ish part for Arizona. This is a Twitch screenshot of me and one of my landlords. A black, short hair, domestic cat. Victorious, 38 months at tier 3. Holy cow, Victorious. I really appreciate you. Tier 3 is nothing to sneeze at. I appreciate that pronounced level of support. Keeping me here online. Thank you very much. Seriously. Whew. And let's post it.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Deep Thought, thank you for that Prime sub there. Holy moly, thank you kindly. I know that if you have Amazon Prime, you get 1 free Twitch subscription per month, which you can spend on your favorite streamer, or you can come here and support a starving paleontologist. I appreciate that, Deep Thought. I really, really do. Thank you. Doesn't cost you anything, but it means a lot to me, and it helps support science outreach on Twitch. It keeps me going. I'm grateful. Thank you, Deep Thought. And Claire Burr.
Okay, how cool is this? I had 90 cents on my Twitch wallet and they let me take 50 cents from my payout to get these bits.
Oh, that's cool, Claire. I saw a notification about that today, too, where if you stream on Twitch and get payouts, they let you spend some of that as bits and subscriptions and stuff like that. You do not have to spend that here, though, Claire. Holy cow, you contribute so much to this community already. And everybody here loves you dearly. You're under less than 0 obligation to spend any of your hard-earned money on this channel, Claire. You already contribute so much. You wanted to try it. Well, I appreciate that, Claire. But use that on food and stuff. Shoot. Girls gotta eat, right? Yeah. Appreciate you, Claire. Yeah. So let's see. I think this should be posted now. There we go. There's a link in the chat. Food is marginally important, yeah, says Ash. One might say, yeah. Anyway, it's so good to have everybody here. And Loki1, thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate that, Loki1. 200 bits. Thank you very much. Good stuff. And thank you very much, Kinda Hot on these rhinos, for the 28 months of support there.
Appreciation hype.
There you go. Thank you, rhinos, for the either 21 or 28 months. I never know how to read these things. I promise that's not just me being bad at math. It's kind of confusing. But anyway, thank you, rhinos, and thank you, Claire. And there you go, activated complex. Both ends of most animals is devoted to food, so yeah, kind of important. With some animals, it's the same end. They only have one opening. I think, is it sponges that are like that? The sponges only have Sponges only have one end. No, who am I thinking of? Is it tunicates? Oh. It's Nidarians. Holy moly. There we go. Check this out. It's things like sea jellies, aka jellyfish, have just one end. They do their feeding and their excreting out of one orifice, and they are the preferred prey of Dermichelys coriacea, the modern leatherback turtle. This is really cool footage, filmed on the back of a leatherback. From the leatherback, you might say. Gobbling down those jellies. Really, really cool. You want this game, says Claire. That would be a pretty neat little video game, I suppose. Yeah. What's remarkable is that they are so low in calories. Like, there's so little nutrition that you can derive from something like a sea jelly. Some of these guys consume close to their body weight in jellies when they're at the feeding grounds. Close to their body weight daily? Weekly? I'm not sure. But I think it might be daily. Just really cool. Yeah. Anywho, neat stuff. But yeah, it's sea jellies that have got just one orifice. I think most, if not all, Nidarians are the same way. Trying to type around a cat right now. There we go. So there's an anemone or a coral polyp right there. But yeah, you've got mouth Oop. Sorry. Nope. There we go. So this is I think a coral polyp here. Or maybe it's like the platonic ideal of a Nidarian. Maybe this also applies to anemones, but it looks to me like a coral polyp. But yeah, mouth / anus, the same structure. Right there. Aren't you glad we're not like that? It's got two separate openings. Most of us, anyhow. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And the spy wants to know, how do leatherbacks and other creatures that eat jellyfish not get stung? I think they might just be immune to it. I don't think it's well understood, actually. The skin of leatherback turtles is relatively tough. But still, when they're going at them head first like this, you would think occasionally those stingers, the stinging cells, would occasionally, like, get into their eyes, too? So I'm not sure what goes on there. Yeah. It's a good question, the spy. I'm not sure that's fully understood. There's so many different things about leatherback turtles and about all chelonids, all sea turtles, that are still mysterious. Lots of mysteries still surrounding these creatures. So, yeah, it's interesting to think about, for sure. Yeah. Congrats on finishing the dishes there, Maverick, the paleo guy. It's an important chore. Anyway, we've got some fossil news to cover in a little bit, but first, let me pull up our agenda for today. I wanted to share something with you. Oh, I know you're here for attention, Mini Pie. I can't focus 100% of my attention on you, though. I'm sorry. I'm streaming right now. I gotta pay the bills here, Minnie. You, of all creatures, should know that as my landlord, right? Right? Let's take this and put it here. Huh. There we go. So, a couple weeks ago, I was out in the field, and Jurassic James was there with us. This would have been... Dude, which day was it? Gonna try and find that. But Jurassic James just came out with a video featuring me. Let's see, day 12. Here's what I'll do. I can use his video to see what shirt I'm wearing and then match that up to the thumbnails on my channel. Jurassic James 65.
The greatest of all the reptiles, the dinosaur, was king.
Mommy Does, thank you so much for the 40 months of support. At tier 2, no less. Thank you, Mommy Does. It's great to see you again. I hope all is well. It's good to see you. Holy cow. And there we go. Okay, so I'm wearing that shirt. It might be here. Hang on a sec. Let me scrub through. Because I sat down with James for a while and did some interview stuff. I want to say this was fairly early in the season. But it was while I was wearing that shirt. Could have been this one. Not this one. Day 16, that's a possibility. I don't know if we'll be able to find it. That's okay, though. Let's just take a look at this. So Jurassic James is from Houston, Texas. He does science outreach and education full-time, and he came to visit our quarry for a bit out there in Utah. It was a pleasure to have him around, and we did some interviews together, which was really cool. I interviewed him on my live stream, and then he interviewed me with his camera. He recorded an interview and just posted this the other day. Here is a link right there. And so if any of you, dear members of this community, would like to leave a nice comment for him or give a thumbs up right there like I just did, I'm sure he would appreciate it.
So, 1, 2, 3. I'm from Texas.
Yeah, I'm from California. Hablo un poquito en español.
So here we go. So this is Danny. I met him 4 days ago.
Has that been that long already?
Yeah, it's my 4th day. So yeah, and so for me, it's I learned so much about him from he's on Twitch. I mean, he'll tell you. So
sure.
And there you go, Lenny. Yeah.
Do I hold the mic or you hold it?
You hold it.
All right.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah.
Your show.
And nice, Diagonal.
Very much James's show, and I'm honored to be on it. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I make my living doing science outreach on a platform called Twitch. I think a lot of you are probably familiar with it. The channel is called Paleontologizing, and yeah, the whole point is to show people what paleontology is actually like. It's a lot like what James here does, actually. So it's been really cool being able to talk to him about all this because, you know, we're like two peas in a pod. We both kind of do the same thing online, and it's been cool to kind of compare notes, and yeah, it's been neat.
I think it's really important to know that, like, you're in Teach Montana, COVID hit, and then you got it. Like, Twitch, TV's my understanding.
Yeah.
It's very much sports, politics, video games.
Video games especially, yeah.
And you were like, science. Let's do science.
Video games on Twitch? Who would have thought that was a thing? Thank you, Lydia, for posting the link there. And Diagonal, actually, if you could post a link here in the chat to that, it would save me some time, so I don't have to go hunting around on Discord. But yeah.
Science on this platform. And so, what's that like?
Yeah, so when I first got started, like you said, it was the beginning of COVID, and I was teaching online at the time. So I already had the microphone and the camera and everything, and I met somebody who worked at Twitch, and she introduced me to the platform, and I asked her, like, is anybody doing science on here?
I'm talking about iOS here.
So. I told her, you know, I'm going to try. She said, yeah, right. And then 5 years later, I do this full time. This is how I make my living. We're able to fund some fieldwork and research and stuff like that with viewer contributions. It's been really cool, and there's a number of different people from my audience who have gone on to start pursuing a career
Thank you,
in
Diagonal.
paleontology, that is like the best compliment I could get, that, you know, like I helped inspire somebody to actually get into this field.
Yeah.
You know, it's been pretty awesome. So I do live streams from the field. I'll be doing one in just a couple hours here from the quarry. I stream live via satellite, which is pretty neat. And yeah, like I said, the whole point is to not just tell people how paleontology is done, but to show them firsthand. And so, yeah, it's been pretty cool. I feel very lucky to be able to do this and make my living at it. It can be really difficult to find ways to make ends meet as a paleontologist, and so being able to do this, something that I really enjoy, is a tremendous honor.
So, yeah, check out this video again. Give it a thumbs up. Leave a comment. I'm sure James would really appreciate that. We'll show him some support for showing us some support. Featuring me on his channel is it's an honor, you know. I want to show my gratitude for that. You at home can help out by leaving him some good feedback. So, good stuff. And he also did an interview, it seems, with, I'm going to subscribe real quick. He did one with Jim here. One with Dawn, and one with Karen. Cool stuff. Very cool. And here's a tour that he did of the dig site.
That's the campsite. That little orange tent on the side is Dresden James Land, and the vehicle in front of it is Prime Force One. So I'm here.
The wingspan of this flying
Link for real. Thank you for the 15 months.
15.5 meters.
I really appreciate that, Link for real. Thank you for keeping me
Keep up
online
the great
for
work, Danny.
well over a year.
Right
Appreciate
now,
that.
a Doling Bull site in the Ethan Quarry, and I'm going to take you into an actual paleo dig site, like not just like a fun one. Like, this is not here for fun. This is actually them digging up for research purposes.
Oh yeah, this isn't some Mickey Mouse thing. This is the real deal.
You can see it that way.
Now this is kind of different and in some ways better than what I do, given that he's going to give you like a full tour of the site here. Have I done that? I don't know. I feel like our stuff is much more piecemeal, given that it's live.
This is why I tell kids to eat healthy and exercise. Lots of hiking out here. So, this is me, Jurassic James, taking you to a paleontologist's lair.
And there we go. There's the quarry there. That, by the way, is the chair that you guys bought for Jim. The reason why he was comfortable in the quarry this year is because he helped me purchase this for him. Thank you for that. Jim's throne.
Okay, so this is an actual dig site. First of all, I want to point out these stars. Oh, you're eating. Sorry.
In the middle of lunch.
That was my fault. And so basically, we're seeing these are actual people. They're not animatronics. Except for the
Yeah.
one on the right. I'm not sure about her, but the rest of them are actually real people. And so they're digging.
You know what that reminds me of? You know, these are actual people. It's not. Trying to find that clip.
Of the entire planet.
Reminds me of this.
It's overwhelming, John. Are these characters auto erotica?
No. We have no animatronics here. No. Those
Yeah. Oh shoot, where did we go? Did I get rid of that tab? Ah! Professional streamer fail.
Sorry. I did just at lunchtime, so that's my fault. And so basically, we're seeing these are actual people. They're not animatronics. Except for the one on the right. I'm not sure about her, but the rest of them are actually real people. And so they're digging here. You can see that actually our good buddy here, Fisher, is mapping out a fossil.
Yeah, Miss Fisher.
3 bones all kind of in proximity right now. And so I'm using this grid, which is marked by these nails in the ground, which have our coordinates on them, to figure out where on the map they
There you go, Dr. Irrepeatable, yeah.
1, 2, 3. Nice. And so this is going to help us reconstruct the quarry, find if things are associated later, and it's just good for posterity to have this historical information. But yeah, this is already loose.
Good record keeping, you know?
Get it cataloged on this sheet, and wrap it up with some tape and toilet paper, and give it a number, and that'll get put away. And the other 2 I'll be trenching around, and eventually capping with either a gypsona or a plaster jacket. Probably a gypsona, because these are pretty small. But give them a more protective layer with some surrounding matrix so that they don't break, because topping things out like this at the site is usually not as common as giving them a full jacket.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So to be clear, that these aren't made-up fossils; they are real, and they're not like you did here like a year ago. And
no, it would be literally.
That's one of the things that James says he gets one of the questions he gets distressingly often from visitors to his museum is, wait, so dinosaurs are like real or something? Like the fossils, they're not fake somehow?
aren't made-up fossils; they are real, and they're not like you didn't hide it here like a year ago. And
no, it would be literally impossible, because this is rock that's been solid for over 100 million years. 142 is our estimate for the age. And
Yep.
so we had to uncover this whole bench here with a jackhammer and rotary hammers and whatnot to be able to even get to these layers.
Got it.
Yeah, it's a tremendous amount of work to dig these things up.
They don't trust me, so if you say it, it's real.
Or you can point out to them, that black there is the bottom of the wash. We are digging under a drainage. So we've created a diversion around us. So when there's a flash flood, we don't get flooded with water in our Seneca Lake. So it goes around us. Well, that's the bottom of the wash. These bones are back down about 4 feet, 5 feet below that.
And for the viewers, what is a wash?
The space reel too. Very funny, Alexander.
I'm not sure we call it.
And exactly, Anakin Gabriel. Yeah, that's.
You know, New Mexico call them arroyos.
Got it.
But you know, my wife would call it a creek. But it's where water flows through drains. We're in a pretty dry environment here.
Anyhow,
So,
this is good
you know,
stuff.
Things only flow when there's these big thunderstorms. You look up the gully there, you can see it.
We jump to when.
Yeah. The water flows down there, and then along this little trench we made.
I'm not sure if he
Hopefully
did
this
talk to
will
me.
go
Okay,
down
right after this.
easy here. But, you know, rain can mess up our day and can fill this place with water. Theoretically, I've seen quarry holes 10 feet deep, full of water, with
Ugh.
bones in them, and you got to bring a pump and pump it out.
Thanks. I'm going to come back when you're. Yeah. And so here we have Danny, who is my mentor when it comes to anything digital and online.
I don't know about that, but
You don't declare it. I declare you mentor. So,
I
it's
appreciate
not
your kind
choice.
words, James. Yeah.
You were voted in like George Washington. You didn't even want to be there. It's your job now. Anyway, anything you want to show us or talk about?
Yeah, yeah. So we've got a little bit of bone right here. This could be a piece of ossified tendon. It could be one of the little wings that comes off the side of a vertebra called a transverse process. Not sure yet, but it's going in a weird angle. See how it's plunging in like that? It's making it kind of tricky to dig up.
I think it did turn out to be part of a vertebra.
Rock here, so we can basically make a little trench around it, and then I can glue the whole thing, and hopefully we can get it out in one piece. But it's not being very cooperative right now. Dinosaurs are not often the most polite, even after they've been dead for 142 million years. So we do what we can,
Okay, very good.
They can be pretty rebellious
Dinosaurs
even
are
long
brave.
after
I
death.
didn't see Jurassic Park, so I didn't know that. Cool. Thank you very much. We'll see you more later too.
All right.
Now I've been told that these are, and this is.
Anyway, good stuff. Here's a link to this video as well. If you wouldn't mind giving that a thumbs up, I'm sure James would really appreciate it, and we can show him our gratitude for featuring us on his YouTube channel. That's Jurassic James there. A lot of his outreach is kind of geared more toward kind of a younger audience than mine is oftentimes. Here's a Ceratosaurus, which we'll be talking about today too.
James Explains. We're talking about Ceratosaurus. I am here in the Wi-Fi Museum of Natural History in Seymour, Texas, and I want to tell you a cool story. One of my heroes in paleontology is Dr. Robert Bacher. Here's why it's important. As a kid, I would watch him on TV. I had my toy dinosaurs. Back then, I had very few. In an amphitheater-like setting, and I'd watch him on TV. In 2013, I was so lucky to actually dig with him here in Seymour for the first time. So why is that important? Well, I said, to the great man, what was your favorite dinosaur, growing up or just now? And he thought about it and goes, oh, Ceratosaurus, clearly. I said, why Ceratosaurus? And he said, well, I saw my books, thought it was cool, saw it in a museum in New York, that was my guy. And I was like, that's it? You just decided? He goes, yeah, that's it. So this hall is the Dr. Bacher Hall. And the centerpiece is our Ceratosaurus. So we're going to go around here. Now, Ceratosaurus means horned lizard. You say, why is it called that when we have Triceratops and Styracosaurus? Turns out this was the first dinosaur ever found with horns, or at least crest-like structures. This was found before the Ceratopsian, the horned dinosaurs. So that's hence the name, horned lizard. Now, this guy lived in the Morrison Formation, hence the Jurassic period, late Jurassic. So think Allosaurus, Stegosaurus, Diplodocus, Brachiosaurus, those guys. That's his environment. And where Allosaurus is like a lion of the Jurassic, this is like a hyena. They're not social like that. We're just saying.
I like that. I like that analogy. Ceratosaurus, really cool dinosaur. We'll be talking about this critter today, which is why there's a Ceratosaurus behind me right now. This is actually part of my Halloween costume from 2021, 2022, 2021, I think. That's weird. There's something wrong with TikTok? Refresh. I don't know what's going wrong with that. Bizarre. I am logged in. Okay, it's down. Whatever. We will be talking about Ceratosaurus later today. It's TikTok. Who cares? Says Claire. Tell us how you really think, Claire Burr. I don't think it is on it. Well, it might be. Here. Paleontologizing. Not the video, but at least the picture. There's my Ceratosaurus costume from 2021. Yeah. So that's why I made that. I actually sculpted that by hand. There are Ceratosaurus skull scans that are available online. but I wanted to be able to make something
Spared no expense.
that I could wear as a Halloween costume. Thank you, Sketchy Tracks, for gifting Squiggles. I appreciate that,
Sketchy Tracks
Thank
gifted a
you.
tier 1 sub to squiggles_da_gobo.
Good stuff. Appreciate that, Sketchy. I had to I had to sculpt this by hand in order to get the back of the skull wide enough to actually fit over my noggin. Theropod dinosaur skulls tend to be pretty narrow from side to side. Laterally compressed, you might say. And so most of them, unless you make them super huge, they're not actually going to fit over a human head like that. So I basically had to design this one from scratch. I was referencing a lot of photographs and figures in scientific papers about Ceratosaurus in order to get the details mostly looking right. But it required some ingenuity to be able to sculpt it properly. I do them big in the back of the skull. So it's very much inaccurate in that regard. It's way too wide in the back. But I still think it looks pretty good. Yeah. And actually, this is featured in our new channel trailer. I had to put this video together for an upcoming thing, which I can't quite announce yet. But there we go. I'll show this to you now. If you go to my channel page when I'm not online,
this drawer contains
you'll see it.
All of the North American
Thank you.
wide specimens of Troodon.
Thank you very much, RIP WSB, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go. And there is the Ceratosaurus costume in there briefly for that one shot. But yeah, I put that together as a promotional thing. Which I can't quite tell you about yet. But coming up soon, we should have an exciting announcement. Yeah. So that's my channel trailer now. So anytime you visit this channel when I'm not live, you'll see that pop up. So, yeah, should we get it up on YouTube too? That would be a good idea, Claire. In fact, let me do that right now. I'll go ahead and start the upload process on that. Upload video. There we go.
The ponderous Trachodon, 32 feet long and 14 feet high. 1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity.
No, not made for kids. Thank you, Minced Oath. What a great name. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Alright, good stuff. And I could put it up on Blue Sky, huh? Maybe later, though. I don't want to do that right now. But yeah. Is there hope to have them make 4 done? I'm not sure I know what you mean, Sketchy Tracks, but yeah. But you have a 3D printer? Very nice. Oh, by the way, we happen to be 3D printing something right now on the 3D printer. And this just so happens to be one of the, well, it's the largest bone in the body of the most fearsome and deadly predator which has ever existed on our planet. Does anybody have a guess as to what this creature might be? Squiggles says, man. You are correct. It's a human femur that I'm printing right now. Yeah, it's in 2 pieces, because the full length wouldn't actually fit on the print bed, so I had to cut it in half and then have one of them tilted. Anyway. It was joking, but nice. No, it really is, Squiggles. Yeah, it's a human femur right now that I'm printing. You can see all the supports, which were kind of unavoidable. But, fact, says Sketchy Tracks, yeah. So it'd be nice to have a human femur that I can use. I can put it next to 3D prints of dinosaur femurs and stuff like that for scale. It's a good little reference piece to have. So that's what's on the 3D printer right now. Should be done before the end of today's stream. Yeah. And the Spy says, fun fact? I broke my femur when I was in second... How did you break your femur, the Spy? That's nuts. Did you jump off of a tall structure or something? The femur should be the strongest bone in the human body, and one of the least likely to break. Well, I don't know if it's least likely to break, but it requires the most force to break, apparently. Gotta say femur, like Arnold. Ah, femur. Reaganation, yeah. It's like stepping a scaffold pole. I know, right, Eminette? Yeah. Oh, and yowza, Claire. Your brother broke his femur in a car accident, bracing his leg against the firewall? Jeez. Ouch. Yeah. And yeah, Dr. Refutable, that's... Woof. Woof. The Spy, I'm assuming you have fully recovered from that, and I'm glad you have. We had a trapeze swing in our backyard, says the Spy. I liked twisting it and spinning, and after one rainy day, I went to do that, but my leg apparently got stuck in the mud when I went to swing. Oh, boy. Yowza. Oh. That must not have been fun. I'm glad you've recovered fully. That is the sort of injury where, you know, before the days of medicine, that would have been a death sentence. So I'm glad you were born when you were the Spy and not a couple thousand years prior, because that would have been probably curtains for you. But then to be fair, that would have been before the days of trapeze swings and backyards as well, so yeah. And Squiggle says, I broke my femur at 7. Kids' bones are a bit easier to snap. The way that you said that, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing at children's femurs snapping, but the way that you said that. Oh yeah, children's bones, they're easy to snap, you know? You don't have to work as hard to snap a child's femur, you know? Don't ask me how I know, but, you know. Clean snap in half. That's crazy, Squiggles. Wow. Yeah. Anywho, I've got a lot of 3D printer filament right now. Thankfully, I got a lot of it on sale this summer, and so I'm working on going through that, printing things that I think will be useful, like a human femur. And this is new too. This is one of the proximal caudal vertebrae of Diplodocus, big long-necked sauropod dinosaur, long-necked and long-tailed. Here we go. Diplodocus. So this is going to be... Oh shoot, not necessarily even that proximal. This is going to be about midway down the tail, by the looks of it. Yeah. There we go. So probably... This is going to be about here, I suppose. Yeah. So, yeah, about there on the tail. And this is, as far as I know, life-size. It's a big animal, Diplodocus. Certainly not the biggest dinosaur, but a decent size. Yeah, they're big. They are big. And there you go, DM1. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing at children's femurs snapping, but the way that you said that. Oh yeah, children's bones, they're easy to snap, you don't have to work as hard to snap a child's femur, don't ask me how I know, but... thanks for the clip, DM Wing. I appreciate that. I gotta remember to do, clip of the week this week. Because I'm trying to encourage people to make more clips. I like it. Thank you, DM Wing. Anywho, before we get into Ceratosaurus and that bit of fossil news, I want to again ask if anybody has any fossil news that they would like to see discussed on today's stream. Because we can certainly do that. I've got a few more items to talk about, but I'm also curious about what you're curious about. We missed a lot of fossil news while I was out in the field for the past nearly a month. And so if you've got any fossil news items that you found intriguing that you'd like me to cover, go ahead and find a link and throw it in the chat. But yeah. And Tavertine, hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. Have you ever heard of the game Cell to Singularity, where the dinosaurs have been stagnating pretty much since the game's launch? I've not heard of that. Interesting. It sounds vaguely familiar, but I'm not... Maybe I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it, also. And thank you to Vedator CZ for turning you onto the channel here. It's good to have you here, Tavertine. Welcome, welcome. Cell to Singularity. Game trailer. Huh. Oh, I know this song. This is from classical composer Gustav Holst. I think this is the track, or the composition, Jupiter, the Bringer of Jollity. Does that sound right? Classic piece of classical music. Is this the same game? Yeah, Dorozen, yeah. Interesting. The development of life on Earth. Oh, teleost fish. What's funny here is that they're fish. This is a fish from, like, the Cenozoic era, so this would be a fish from pretty recently in geological time. The first fishes did not look like this. They would have been agnathan fishes. Yeah, so something like, well, even earlier than that, something like Hycoichthyes. This would be similar to, like, the very first fishes. They didn't yet have jaws. No jaw apparatus. They just have, like, a hole at the front of their head. And they wouldn't have really had distinct fins or anything either. The fish that you see here almost looks like a perch or something. So they're pretty advanced as far as fishes go. Pull them up on our Tree of Life. Percidae, the perches. Yeah. And hey, Nerduino, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Hope you're having a good day so far, Nerduino. Good to see you as always. Yeah. Perches are this whole group, 261 species within Percidae. But they are pretty deeply nested within teleost fish. So again, there's perches. And teleosts are a pretty derived group of fishes. They only show up during the Mesozoic, maybe during the Cretaceous period. I'm not sure exactly when they evolved. It says here 283 million years ago. That seems a little old for this group. But anywho, they are advanced as far as fishes go. Like, they don't really start to take over until the late Mesozoic era. So, yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff. Let's continue. Interesting. And we have a Chinese trailer too? Oh man, that's loud. Sorry.
Welcome. This experiment is designed to advance our understanding of evolution. Do you consent? Thank you.
Oh, this is cool. And again, they're using that tree of life visual analogy, like we often use here. Oh, they do have a subaqueous Spinosaurus, which is... Huh. I wonder if that's supposed to be Eutyrannus right there. They did not coexist with primates. Primates come much later. Exactly, Claire, yeah. Oh, this is neat. Is this the same game, though? It might be a similar concept, but... different release or different game entirely? I don't know. It is the same game. Cool. Thanks, Charlie's Dragon. That's pretty neat. I mean, especially here in the US, the concept of evolution is such an unknown for most people that having a game that's centered around that can be a really cool teaching tool. Well, I'm all for it. That's really neat. Yeah. An Evo, a really old SNES game that's also like an evolution themed game. Did I see Bag of Silly play that at one point? I want to say I did here on Twitch. Yeah, it totally is. Yeah. Huh. Coelafish. Is that supposed to be like a coelacanth? Anyway, interesting stuff. A little fanciful, but yeah, that is neat. And that's the same one that I've seen Bag of Silly play. Very cool. Yeah. Cool. And Spore, I've seen that too, League. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Neat. Anywho, speaking of weird, fanciful critters, like that fishy thing we saw there. this was something that I wanted to talk about this summer. This was all over Paleo Blue Sky and stuff, and we didn't really have a chance to discuss it. So this is from August 7th. Scientists unearthed 247 million-year-old wonder fossil, unlike anything seen before. Here it is right here, and unearthed, I mean, it wasn't unearthed recently. As I recall, this has been in collections since, like, the 1980s or something? Maybe even earlier. But, this was big news for Triassic paleontology in particular. An international team of researchers has published a groundbreaking study in Nature revealing that early reptiles from the Triassic period had distinctive skin structures that served as an alternative to feathers. Well, that's... I don't know how much that is actually true, but yeah. Body coverings like hair and feathers have played a vital role through evolutionary history. They provided insulation and supported warm-bloodedness, stuff like that. Here we go. In a recent study published in the journal Nature, an international team of researchers led by paleontologists Dr. Stefan Speakman and Professor Dr. Rainer Schoch from the State Museum of Natural History, Stuttgart, Germany, describes a new species of tree-dwelling reptile from the early Middle Triassic period. The species, named Mirasaura gravogeli, meaning Gravogel's wonder reptile, lived approximately 247 million years ago. So not too long after the end Permian extinction, which is fascinating. It featured a dorsal crest lined with previously unknown structurally complex skin appendages that shows some resemblance to feathers. Kind of. These features were likely used for visual communication within the species. And check out that image there. What a weird, fanciful creature. If this reminds you of an animal like Longasquama, then holy cow, you're on the right track. They look cool and weird, says Charlie's Dragon. I agree. They are so bizarre. Really weird animals. The discovery demonstrates that elaborate skin structures were not exclusive to birds and their close relatives, but may have existed earlier in reptile evolution. The crest of the small reptile Mirasaura is made up of numerous closely packed appendages, each displaying a feather-like outline with a thin central ridge. Unlike true feathers, which are composed of fine branching filaments known as barbs, the appendages of Mirasaura show no signs of such branching. So I want to make that very clear. These are not feathers. They're just kind of vaguely reminiscent of feathers, if that makes sense. Based on this, the researchers conclude that these distinctive and intricate skin structures likely evolved independently from those found in birds. There you go. And exquisitely preserved fossil. There's the skull right there. There are the neck vertebrae. There's the rib cage. And then we've got that big showy structure right there. This like fan at the top of the animal. Almost like a sail or a set of plumes. Really neat. So this is the holotype specimen. The specimen that the species is based on. And Link for Real says, don't they call them proto-feathers or something? These, no. So proto-feather implies that they are antecedents to feathers. They're like an ancestral step on the way to feathers. This is something different. This is like a weirdo side project that a different group of reptiles developed. It doesn't really have anything to do with feathers. It's like an evolutionary experiment that's not on a direct line to feathers, if that makes sense. So feathers appear in dinosaurs and maybe in pterosaurs too. This seems to be a vaguely similar structure from a different group of reptiles. So it doesn't seem to be ancestral to feathers at all. Yeah. A different evolutionary offshoot. Exactly, Link for Real. Yeah. Yeah. Cool stuff. Oh, and thank you, Salamander. We'll go over that one too. Let me, yeah, good stuff. By the way, is this... Yeah. Anywho. The fact that we've discovered such complex skin appendages in such an ancient group of reptiles sheds new light on their evolution. Mirasaura is even older than the dinosaurs and not closely related to them. Developmental biology shows the genetic basis for the growth of complex skin appendages, such as feathers, probably originated in the Carboniferous period more than 300 million years ago. Mirasaura provides the first direct evidence that such structures actually did form early on in reptile evolution, and groups not closely related to birds and extinct dinosaurs. Here is a skeletal drawing showing the animal, and there are some very Drepanosaur-like features here, which is really interesting. We'll get into that. This potentially prehensile tail, the weird bird-like skull, these bizarre limbs, very Drepanosaur-like. But yeah, really weird and cool. Oh man, looks so happy right there. That like upturned jaw. So happy to be resurrected after almost 250 million years of being extinct. That's so cool. The idea that there's these long dead creatures that we can, metaphorically speaking, resurrect, bring back to life by reconstructing them through art. That's, how cool is that, you know? Makes me proud to be human. See something like this and go, hey, shoot, here's these animals that lived hundreds of millions of years before we evolved. And yet we, through hard work and cleverness and artistic creativity, were able to reconstruct what these animals may have looked like. What a cool discovery. Mirasaura grovogli shows how surprising evolution can be and what potential it holds. It repeatedly produces similar structures, so evolution can conjure up similar morphologies that are completely independent of each other, but also structures that are so different that they can be distinguished. Mirasaura developed an alternative to feathers very early in Earth's history. Well, it's not very early in Earth's history, but early in reptile evolution, I guess. Long before the dinosaurs, which we did not expect and which will stimulate discussion and research, says Professor Dr. Rainier Schoch, reptile expert and head of paleo department at the museum in Stuttgart. The latest technologies have been used to study Mirasaura, including a synchrotron scanner carried out at the European Synchrotron to reconstruct the skull. This revealed a bird-like shape with a narrow, mostly toothless snout, large forward-facing eye sockets, and a large domed skull. The snout was probably used to extract insects from narrow tree holes. And looking at that snout there, that makes a lot of sense. It almost reminds me of the shape of a woodpecker's snout. What about you? Does that remind you of anything? To me, it shouts woodpecker. I don't think these guys were pecking necessarily, but at least not in the same way that a woodpecker would. Yeah. The Trypanosauromorphs, to which Mirasaura belongs, are known to paleontologists as extremely bizarre creatures of the Triassic period. And we actually have show you a video talking about these critters from PBS Eons.
Much later in time by completely unrelated species. So why were the animals of the Triassic like this? What made them look like animals that lived much later and that they weren't related to? The answer has to do with how evolution works and with the timing of the Triassic itself, when life was trapped between two mass extinctions.
All right,
Drepanosaurs
Drepanosaurs.
were unknown to scientists until the late 1970s, when the first species, Drepanosaurus ungui caudatus, was named based on fossils found in Italy.
Why are
And
you
since
like this? I
then,
know, right,
only
Tamlin?
A handful of others have been named, all from Triassic rocks in the northern hemisphere. Scientists originally thought that Drepanosaurs were just weird early lizards, but the more
Nope.
they looked at them, the more confusing they became. These creatures had grasping hands, arched backs, and thick muscular tails. Some kinds, like Megalancosaurus, even had prehensile tails, with a claw-like hook on the end that helped them hold on to branches. And the heads on these animals weren't like those on other reptiles. They had pointed snouts, big eyes, and sometimes beaks instead of teeth, making them look a lot less like lizards and more like featherless birds. Their necks were bird-like too, with vertebrae that were saddle-shaped, giving them a greater range of motion. Now, because their heads and necks were so bird-like, some researchers in the 90s thought Drepanosaurs must have had something to do with the early evolution of birds themselves, despite the fact that the rest of their bodies looked nothing like birds. But in 2017, things started to become more clear when the pristine skull of a new Drepanosaur species was reported in New Mexico. The new genus was named Avicranium, or bird head, and it brought the relationship between Drepanosaurs and other reptiles into sharper focus. It turned out that any resemblance this Drepanosaur had to birds was pretty superficial. Its ears, for instance,
And that is a woodpecker skull right there, I think. With that, like, weird wraparound hyoid thing that the tongue attaches to. Yeah. Pretty sure that's a woodpecker.
lacked eardrums and were more like the ears of early reptiles than those of birds. In fact, researchers compared more than 300 of its anatomical features with other early reptiles and concluded that Drepanosaurs were one of the earliest branching lineages of reptiles, probably diverging in the late Permian period. And like all early
Woodpecker skull?
reptiles, the
Thanks, Charles, checking me
ancestors
out. I
of
thought so.
Drepanosaurs probably looked superficially like lizards, even though they weren't closely related to them. They had short necks, low-slung bellies, and long tails, with limbs sticking out from the sides of the body. So what happened to them? How did Drepanosaurs go from being pretty familiar lizard-like reptiles to animals so strange it took experts decades to figure out what they were? And how did these changes happen in such a short span of time? It's because the Triassic was basically the meat in an extinction sandwich. The entire Triassic period is a window of just 52 million years between two major extinction events. At the early end, there was the Great Dying, which eradicated about 70% of terrestrial species and 90% of marine life. On the other end, there was the aptly named Triassic extinction, which wiped out more than half of all animal species. But in between, there was this whole wide, still mostly livable world. And for the survivors of the Great Dying, this was a completely different world, one with a whole host of ecological niches that needed to be filled. And at the same time, there was almost no competition. And in any given environment, it's competition that usually regulates the rate of evolutionary change among living things. By and large, the less competition there is, the faster the rate of change will appear to be. That's because a lack of competition allows empty niches in an ecosystem to be filled by new species. Then, over time, as those niches fill up, competition increases, and the rate of evolutionary change appears to slow down. I say it
Does that make
appears
sense?
to because genetic mutations keep showing up like they always do. But if those mutations don't offer big advantages right away, they get weeded out and body plans keep looking basically the same.
So the basic idea is that if there's a lot of open opportunities, then you can have really rapid evolution, what we call adaptive radiation. So creatures will move into new niches and change very rapidly in order to kind of fill that vacuum. It's yeah.
It's free real estate.
This idea of free real estate. There's an extinction event that happens. There's a niche that's open. Creatures can kind of move into that and just go nuts, you know? It's free real estate. That's kind of what happened during the Triassic, is you just had this massive die-off that marks the beginning of the Triassic period and the end of the Permian. We call it the end Permian mass extinction. And then the few remaining surviving creatures after that, because it's something like 96% of all life on Earth died out. But those lucky survivors are able to move into that free real estate and just go nuts afterward. That's kind of the story of the Triassic period. And that's how we get critters like Drepanosaurs. So that's where this new guy comes in. Mirasaura. And check that out. Very cool. Drepanosaurs have many ecological adaptations that have only been known to science for a few decades. Mirasaura lived in trees in one of the first forests that emerged after the Great Mass Extinction at the Permian-Triassic boundary. The dorsal crest, with the novel skin structure in Mirasaura, adds to the range of remarkable adaptations that make this group of reptiles so unique. Says, Hans-Dieter Suess at the Smithsonian, who participated in the new research. So a thin brown film was partially preserved on the crest of Mirasaura. Analyses confirmed the presence of melanosomes. Oh boy, color cells. Tiny organelles that contain melanin pigments. They are found in most animals, including humans. The researchers compared the shape of Mirasaura melanosomes with those found in the skin of living reptiles' hair and feathers. We know that in modern animals, melanosomes have specific morphologies linked to the tissue where they are found. So we were talking about this, was it yesterday or the day before? Talking about how the color cells found in fossil feathers of dinosaurs can allow us to determine what color those feathers were. Because different shapes of melanosomes correspond to different colors. So even if the original color isn't preserved, you can tell what color it originally was based on the shape. Almost like a paint by numbers kind of thing. Dr. Valentina Rossi, co-author of the study, from Ireland, an expert on fossil melanosome research, says the melanosomes found in Mirasaura soft tissues are more similar in shape to those found in extant and fossil feathers than melanosomes found in mammalian hair and reptilian skin. So the color cells in there, these color organelles, don't look a whole lot like what you'd expect in scaly skin or fur. They look superficially more similar to feathers, which is interesting. Yeah. Fossil collector Louis Grauvogel, Grauvogel maybe, that's very German, began excavating fossils in the Middle Triassic period in Alsace? Not from Europe. Forgive my uncouth American tongue. Is it Alsace? Alsace. It's a region in France. So Louis Grauvogel began excavating fossils from the Middle Triassic and Alsace in the 1930s. Among his finds were fossils of Mirasaura. Over the years, he amassed an extensive collection, which remained in the Grauvogel family for many years. In 2019, the collection was transferred to the State Museum of Natural History in Stuttgart, where Mirasaura was discovered during further preparation. So these fossils had been part of a private fossil collection, and that's why they were unknown to science. Fascinating. I wasn't aware of this part of the story, but this has everything to do with our discussion about Ceratosaurus today, too. The fossils are in the paleontological collections in Stuttgart nowadays. Very cool. Let's maybe look at one more press release thing before we jump into the actual paper. There we go. Can we look at this from the NYT? We can't. Never mind. It is paywalled.
Access denied.
But that's okay. If I made more money, maybe I'd subscribe to the New York Times, but I don't know. They do a lot of good journalism, but there's a lot of lousy stuff, too. Don't get me started. There we go. From Nat Geo. Is it a bird? A monkey? No, it's a miraculous New prehistoric reptile. Some 247 million years ago, a bizarre 6-inch-long reptile crept down a branch, its prehensile tail and feet clutching the bark like a monkey, and its narrow, bird-like face scanning its surroundings. On its back, an overlapping fan of stiff structures likely caught the light, vibrant with color. They looked very much like feathers, but were something entirely different, as the reptile wasn't related to birds or dinosaurs. It existed 100 million years before the first dinosaur took wing. It's a great way to start the article. Researchers have long believed things like feathers and fur, complex structures which grew out of the skin, can be used for insulation, sensing surroundings, visual displays, and allowing flight, are largely unique to the lineages that gave rise to birds and mammals. But now, a team of paleontologists have discovered a prehistoric reptile with a regal, plume-like crest that is unlike any previously known integumentary appendage. Things like horns, claws, hair. The fossils show that evolutionary adaptations similar to feathers and fur were more widespread than previously thought. I'm stunned and flabbergasted, says Steve Brusati, paleontologist at the University of Edinburgh. Steve Brusati is going to be Spencer's advisor. Spencer, who was with us in the field this summer. He's going on to join Steve Brusati in his lab. Let me find a clip of Spencer. I hope he wouldn't be embarrassed. Let's see. June. This would have been toward the end of June. Here's Spencer looking absolutely filthy in the quarry on one of our last days at the Ankylosaur site. Yeah, he went pretty feral the last few days. Where's that clip of him singing? There we go. What the heat and dirt does to a man. Exactly, Alexander Morrison. Exactly. There's Spencer there. Yeah, really proud of Spencer. Getting into grad school is not difficult, especially nowadays. And he's probably pretty wise to be fleeing the country to Scotland. But anyway, he's going to be working under Steve Brusati, who's going to be his new doctoral advisor at the University of Edinburgh. Edinburgh. In Scotland. Steve Brusati says, it's been a long time since I've been so blown away by a new fossil discovery. The finding, which is published Wednesday in Nature, that's Wednesday back in July, also helped solve a decades-old paleontological mystery. There was always a distinction made between feathered dinosaurs and scaly reptiles, says Stefan Spiegman, from Stuttgart, an author on the paper, and that's too black and white of a story. A miraculous reptile. The specimens first came to light in May 1939 when private fossil collector Louis Grauvogel, maybe, was prospecting quarries in the Triassic rocks of northeastern France. Maybe it is Grauvogel. If he's French, I don't know. He found dozens of isolated structures he assumed to be fossilized fish fins or insect wings, as well as the partial skeleton of a reptile. But when the Stuttgart State Museum of Natural History acquired his collection in 2019, Speakman says, a museum researcher noticed faint ribs at the base of one of the fossilized structures. Carefully preparing away the rock, they found the preserved torso, neck, and skull, with a 2-inch crest projecting out of the upper back. The structures and skeletons belonged to the same animal. After studying the skeletal remains and over 80 specimens of isolated crest, the team chose the name Mirasaura grauvogeli, Grauvogel's miraculous reptile. While the skeletons represent young animals, Speakman says, the size of some of the isolated crests in the collection suggests adults could be well over a foot long. There's some more of that. There's that piece of art again, and another photo of the specimen. Gorgeous. Oh, Tango Utah says, love your work as always. Thank you, Tango Utah. Just came across the Hell Creek Hooligans. What's your opinion of them? Creek Hooligans. I can't say I'm familiar. What do they do? Yeah. Is that one of these? There's a number of new, like, paleontological podcasts. Is that one of them? Yeah. And Anakin Gabriel says, is that convergent evolution, the quasi-feather thing? Bingo. Yes. Yeah. These do not seem to be homologous to feathers, not actually, like, the same structure. It's not like these are a precursor to feathers either. It's just, this is a weird new thing that's superficially similar to feathers. Structurally, it has some similarities too, but it's not the same thing, so yeah. Yeah. Anywho, and what is this? Big hooligans. Yeah, can't say I'm familiar with these people. Yeah, I don't know. Never met them. Yeah. Huh. They seem like they could be legit or a little shady. Hang on. Phipps. Are they related to Clayton Phipps? We sell the fossils we find. Oh boy. Yeah, we'll be talking about this today. That concept of selling scientifically important fossils. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I haven't met them in person, but if the whole point is digging up fossils to sell, I would say that seems a little bit less than legitimate. As somebody who digs up fossils for scientific purposes, fossils to be held in the public trust, studied by scientists, enjoyed by the public, yeah, you know, selling those things for profit, regardless of their scientific importance, is, it qualifies as shady in my book, yeah. We'll get more into that in a little bit when we start talking about that awful Ceratosaurus auction. So, stay tuned. Just a little bit. Yeah. Oh, and there you go, Diagonal. Yeah, we can cover that too if you want to throw me a link. Yeah. And League73 wants to know, based on a flat impression, how do you determine the girth of the creature? Well, if you want to determine, like, the diameter of its rib cage, you could take measurements of the ribs, and then basically just...
Dinosaurs are the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence for them.
Angie Nashi, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So with a specimen like this, given that it is preserved in 2 dimensions, you still got the ribs in there though, and you can kind of estimate the curvature of the ribs, and then you can use that to estimate how big around the animal's torso would be. So in this case, there we go. Try to embiggen this and it won't let me. Anyway, there's ribs in there. You can estimate how big around the animal would be on its torso based on the size of the ribs. Anywho, so the team identified Mirasaur as a member of the strange group of arboreal reptiles called Drepanosaurs. We talked about them already. Really weird, cool critters. Many had opposable thumbs and monkey-like prehensile tails, with some species featuring a claw on the tail tip. But it's really cool that it's a Drepanosaur, but it's also even cooler that it helps solve an age-old mystery. There's this other really weird Triassic critter that's been a puzzle for a long time. What in the world is Longus Squama? This weird thing. Yeah. You don't have to take my word for, you know, this being a mystery for a long time. There's a thumbnail from a YouTube video. Yeah. What is Longus Squama? So it was used to be interpreted as a gliding animal. In fact, you see that in the 2000 Disney film Dinosaur. There we go. There it is right there. Portrayed as a gliding animal. Or actually actively flying in this. With a chameleon-like tongue. We don't have any evidence of that either. Anywho, so what is that animal? I love this because it illustrates a point that I like to make a lot on this channel, and sometimes it's hard to find examples, and this is going to be a new, like, golden example here. I can bring this out all the time. Sometimes when we find a new fossil, it changes our understanding of previously discovered fossils. We can reinterpret old finds with a new find. Suddenly there's like a missing puzzle piece that we find, and then everything makes sense. Mirasaur provides the key to solving a long-standing Triassic riddle, says Michael Buchwitz, paleontologist in Magdeburg, Germany, who's not involved in the study. In 1970, a Russian paleontologist published a paper about Longus Squama, a fragmentary reptile with a spray of long, feather-like structures from Kyrgyzstan, Central Asia. The discovery of Longus Squama initially provided ammunition for researchers unhappy with the then controversial theory that birds descended from dinosaurs. But as overwhelming evidence piled up showing that the avian-dinosaur connection, including fossils showing that feathers and similar structures were widespread across dinosaurs and pterosaurs, nobody quite knew what to do with the enigmatic Longus Squama, or where it belonged in the reptile family tree, Buchwitz says. Most elected to ignore it. Now, however, the discovery of Mirasaura has led the Stuttgart team to finally identify Longus Squama 2 as a long-lost Drepanosaur. The enigma is solved now, says Buchwitz. Really, really cool. So we can now reinterpret this animal as a Drepanosaur, which is really exciting. So what is Longus Squama? Now we think we know. Which is really cool. Yeah. Super neat. So it's not a bird ancestor. It's another Drepanosaur. Like the other ones from the Triassic from the same time. Super cool. The overlapping plumes of Mirasaura and Longus Squama's strange crest do resemble feathers at first glance, Speakman says. And that they're most likely made out of keratin, a key structural protein that makes up everything from nails and scales to hairs and feathers. They stick up vertically, away from the body, and they're long. This would have felt like a rigid, stiff feather. They also found melanosomes. But rather than typical branching pattern of keratin filament seen in true feathers, the Drepanosaur plumes seemingly formed a single smooth sheet along the central ridge. What we have here is a remarkable example of convergent evolution. Maybe the most stunning one I've ever seen, says Brusati. They were not bird mimics, it was birds that mimicked them. Since trypanosaurs belong to a much earlier evolutionary offshoot of the reptile family than the branch that gave rise to modern lizards, crocodiles, and birds, Speakman says, it suggests that the genetic adaptations for making these integumentary appendages arose early on in the vertebrate evolutionary tree. So this is essentially like an ancient structure here that we're seeing on a very ancient creature. It remains to be seen how widespread such feather-like crests were in the trypanosaur family, Speakman says, and precisely how they're formed. But the finding also opens the possibility that there are more feather-like structures to be found among other reptile families in the fossil record. For Speakman, flamboyant climbers like Mirasaura, with their monkey tails, chameleon feet, bird-like heads, and feather-like crests, are changing the picture of what a reptile is. Sure. I don't know. I'm just super excited that this creature is helping us understand what weirdos like Longasquama actually are. Finally, that creature starts to make sense, realizing that it's a trypanosaur. Super cool. Yeah. Pretty darn cool. Let's find the original paper here. There we go. It is in the journal Nature, which, oh boy, it is not paywalled. I will give you the link right here. There we are. Open access.
Access granted.
No paywall here. Beautiful. Free science indeed. Read it like 2 weeks ago. Nice, Gene went. Yeah, I didn't have a chance to. I was out in the field. But super cool. Mirasaura gravoguli. Small-sized diapsid reptile from the middle Triassic, about 247 million years ago. Crazy that 247 is the middle Triassic. I mean, yeah. So the Triassic period only starts, what, 252 million years ago? So 247 is the middle Triassic? What's funny is that sometimes when we're talking about different geological time periods, now you've got lower, middle, upper. Sometimes those are kind of misnomers. Where like the middle isn't actually in the middle. The upper is like the vast majority of the Triassic, and then you have the tiny middle and the even tinier lower. So yeah, this guy is from, I guess, the Anisian stage? The early part of the middle Triassic? That's funny. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Here's the paper. Look at this figure. So they did a scan of the skull, and look how dainty and slim it is. Super long premax there. It almost does look like a beak. You got these little teeth there on the maxilla and on the dentary. Super thin frontals and prefrontals and nasals. What a delicate little critter. Super cool. And this is based on multiple specimens. So they've got an articulated skull and poorly preserved postcranium, including a largely complete crest, and then referred material, that's other specimens that help make this diagnosis. Our partial skull, incomplete imprint of a crest, large and almost complete crest, partial crest, complete impression of a crest, partial crest.
What's all this archaic and
Several different specimens. And Equipoise, hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Very cool. So very clearly a new critter. No arguments there. And they've run a phylogenetic analysis, and they're putting this critter as sister taxon to Longasquama. And holy moly, what is this? Tango Utah, thank you for the gift subs there. Hey.
Damn
I really
can just
appreciate
change
that.
things with those 5 gift subs.
Excellent. Tango Utah. Thank you very, very much. It's 5 lucky chatters who won't have to worry about any ads for the next month, thanks to you. I appreciate your support of Science Outreach here on Twitch. It's wonderful. Thank you, thank you. Alexander Morrison says, Triassic time periods like its critter don't conform like everybody else. Yeah. It's true. When we're talking about Triassic organisms, they do tend to be weird. Things like Chaerovopteryx. What a bizarre creature is that? It's utterly strange. Things like Rhynchosaurs. These bizarre, probably burrowing reptiles that were really common during the Triassic. It's almost like the reptile version of a giant naked mole rat or something. Things like phytosaurs, which are not crocodiles, not even closely related to crocodiles. They existed before crocodiles and their relatives. If anything, crocodiles copied them. You had weird things like thank you, TQ82 for the follow. Appreciate it. You had other weirdos like Lysowischia, a giant dicynodont from the end of the Triassic from Poland, I believe. This is like an elephant-sized dicynodont. This weird mammal relative. And then, of course, you have the Drepanosaurs. Yeah. I'm not like everybody else, these Triassic critters are saying. It's incredibly weird and cool. Yeah. And there you go, Alexander Morris. That's exactly what we were talking about. Yeah. Really neat. Good stuff. DCI Bank says, my favorite dinosaur fact is that they don't find any bat fossils because they didn't go extinct. Dinosaurs don't find any bat fossils? What do you mean? Yeah, because bats are not dinosaurs, and we do have a good number of fossils of bats. I've spent some time with fossil bat researchers. We've got a good number of bat fossils from the Green River Formation in Wyoming. From the Eocene. This is after the extinction of dinosaurs, except for birds. Yeah. Quite a few bat fossils. Their teeth are the most common fossils, but sometimes you get their bodies preserved. It's not super common because their bones are very lightweight and delicate. They don't tend to fossilize very well. Their teeth tend to be a little bit more resilient, and they're easily identifiable. So you will find bat teeth in microvertebrate assemblages from the Cenozoic. But, yeah. Yeah. DCI Bank says because they were flying during the meteor being birds. So bats didn't exist when the asteroid hit. Bats evolved after that, as far as we know. there's no record of bat fossils from before the asteroid impact, because bats weren't around. They hadn't evolved yet. They didn't exist. Only later, after the asteroid impact, when you get that big extinction event, and mammals finally get a chance to really take off, spread their wings, figuratively and literally, in the case of bats. So yeah. But yeah. And DMWing says, we're missing transitional bats, aren't we? Yeah, that is an interesting thing. And there's a PBS Eons episode that covers this, I believe. Let's see if I can find that clip. Yeah.
Through the sky above what's now Wyoming some 52 million years ago, but it wasn't like the bats you and I know. It was small, like most modern bats, but it had...
So we do have transitional bats in the sense that we have ones that are clearly earlier than today's bats, and they've got weirdo primitive characteristics like a long tail and stuff like that, which today's bats don't have.
Claws on the tips of all 5 digits.
Yeah, and it's got that too.
Wing. And its wings were a bit shorter, while its hind legs were a little longer. With those claws and long hind limbs, it was a better climber than most modern bats. And its teeth suggest that it ate insects, but it probably didn't use echolocation to find and catch them. This little flying mammal was Onychodonycterus, and it was definitely a bat, the most primitive bat that we have good fossil evidence of, and also one of the oldest. And on the mammal family tree, it sat on the next closest branch to all other bats, living and extinct. But when you trace that branch back,
so this would be the most basal of all
it's a
bats.
mystery. Bats pretty much appear in the fossil record as recognizable full-on flying bats. And they show up on all of the continents except Antarctica around the same time in the early Eocene epoch. However, the very earliest fossils consist only of teeth and limb bones, which don't give us many clues about what the ancestors of today's bats looked like. So where did bats come from, and which of the many weird features that bats have showed up first?
If you'd like those questions answered, you can go ahead and watch the rest of this video. We're not going to get too sidetracked here. But there's the link in the chat for you. How are you doing, Sweetie Pie? Are you still a little loopy? So Sweetie Pie here had a little adventure yesterday. She went to the veterinarian's office to get her teeth cleaned, and she's still on some of those drugs, huh? Yeah, Sweetie Pie. You're still a little bit loopy. It's good to see you, though. Oh, yeah. You're still a little bit loopy. You're running into me. Yeah. Pushing the camera around. Yeah. Oh, she's much more clumsy than usual. Don't fall off the desk. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Are you blinking your eyes at different times? Sometimes she does that when she's really tired. Or, I'm guessing maybe if she's still coming off those anesthetics. The painkillers. Huh. Huh. Yeah. Oh. Well, you're just a cuddle bug right now. You're just a cuddle bug right now. Huh. Yeah. Don't fall off the desk. Be careful. Be careful. Yeah. Yeah. Would you like some treats? Would you like that? Oh. Yeah? Alright, we can make that happen. We can make that happen. Yeah. Unless you just want cuddles right now. Let's see. Do you want treats too? Do you want treats too? Other landlord got some treats. Mini Pie got some earlier. Do you want some as well? Yeah. Oh, that's a whole bunch here. That's too many. Look at that. Good stuff. Crunch them up. There we go. And Toking Bud says, I have a similar looking cat, but less fluffy. Aw. Oh, you just knocked that on the ground. Here. There's another one. There we go. You're so clumsy today. Oh. It's good to have you back home, though. Missed you yesterday. Mini Pie scratched me while I was streaming. I think she was a little bit thrown off that you weren't home. Yeah. It's like things are unfamiliar. I don't know how to feel. Yeah. There we go. Oh. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Yeah. What do you see over there? See something through the cat portal? What is it? What is it? What? Good stuff. Anyway, what do you see over there, Sweetie Pie? What's so intriguing? And DCI Bank says, I'm going into the field soon and doing my archaeology at the beach where Mary Anning found some dinosaur bones. Oh, very cool. You're going to Lyme Regis? Where Mary Anning made her fossil discoveries? I'm gonna well actually you for a second, but that's paleontology and not archaeology. Archaeology is the study of human artifacts, the remnants of human civilizations and stuff. Paleontology is the study of fossils, and that's what Mary Anning did. And she didn't actually find dinosaurs, but she found various marine reptiles, pterosaurs, fishes, fossil sharks, ammonites, other invertebrates, things like that. No dinosaurs, though. But I'm really looking forward to being able to visit Lyme Regis in November. I'm going to be going to the Jurassic Coast. I'm going to be going down to Dorset in the UK in November as part of a field trip before the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology annual meeting. SVP is being held in Birmingham this year. So I'll be attending that meeting, presenting research, meeting with colleagues, and visiting the UK for the very first time. I'm very excited about that. Yeah. So, good stuff. Mary Anning is kind of a hero of ours on this channel. And every year we do a special stream celebrating her life and legacy and the fossil discoveries that she made on the anniversary of her birth. It's what is it, May 19th? May 21st? Thank you, Suave Silky Smooth for the follow. That's just like you, Sweetie Pie. You're silky smooth. I don't know how suave you are. She's still pretty clumsy. After, look at those eyes. You're still all loopy. You're still all loopy from the anesthetic, huh? Yeah. Oh. Let's see here. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Tuesday to you, and a very, very happy 225th birthday to Mary Anning. Often considered one of the founders of the science of paleontology. Sometimes called the mother of fossil science, Mary Anning is an extraordinarily important figure who is really starting to get her due recognition nowadays.
Tradoon.
2.25 centuries after her birth.
There we go.
Almost 2 centuries after her death. We're going to be talking all about her today and why you should know about her.
Have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking?
DCI Bank says there are always cliff falls at Lyme Regis and surrounding areas. It's very common. I've seen 2 myself along the coast there. Yeah, that was actually what eventually killed Mary Anning's father. There was I guess part of a cliff that collapsed and he had a bad fall, and that led to an illness that eventually claimed his life. Mary Anning herself nearly died in a cliff collapse, and her beloved dog Trey was killed in that same incident. There's her dog Trey there with her in, I think this was the only painting that was made of Mary Anning during her lifetime. Yeah. Cliff faces are no joke. Exactly, Mizart Rules, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Poor Trey, indeed. But, I don't know. Today, Trey is remembered fondly in a way that few dogs that lived that long ago are. So, yeah. We can take some solace in that, can't we, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Your hair is all over my face now. It's going up my nose. Ugh. You're so fuzzy. So fuzzy, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Oh. What are you doing, sweetie? She's loving this attention. Yeah, aren't you? Oh, good stuff. Oh, that's nice, huh? Oh, and very cool, DC. I think this is really neat. The whole path takes weeks to walk. That's awesome. Shoot. I love stuff like that. You know, really long trails that allow you to just kind of take things slow and experience the wonder of the natural world. That sort of thing is all too rare nowadays. So I certainly appreciate that. Oh. Will I visit the Natural History Museum? I think I will. It won't be during that first field trip. I think it's after the meeting. There's a whole, like, early history of dinosaur paleontology field trip that goes for about, it's like 3 or 4 days. So I'll be doing that, and I think we might be finishing at the NHM in London, but I'm not sure. I'm also going to be, hopefully, working with some paleontologists from the NHM out in Utah in late September. I hear that Susie Maidmont might be out there, so that'll be really cool. We might be able to get her on stream, too. Yeah. Oh, sweetie pie. She loves pushing that camera around. Huh. Huh, sweetie pie. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Anywho, where were we? Oh yeah, we were talking about Mirasaura. Not Mirasaurus, but Mirasaura. But yeah, really cool discovery. I'm excited about this critter. I wonder if we can find any YouTube videos on it real quick to wrap up before we jump into some other fossil news. Nope, not Maiasaura. Mirasaura. There we go.
I'm always excited when there's a
John Long.
spectacular new fossil discovered that gives us a window into how evolution really works at the sort of cellular level. And
So John Long is a well-known Australian paleontologist. He specializes in fossil fishes, especially fossil sharks. One of these days I want to ask him to do an interview on this channel because he's got an excellent book on the fossil history of sharks. And I've got right over here. This just came out last fall. Or rather, last summer, The Secret History of Sharks by John Long, The Rise of the Ocean's Most Fearsome Predators. There he is right there. And I love that he's kind of, I guess he's ABC News Australia's resident fossil correspondent. Super cool. Really neat that they're asking him about this here.
I'm always excited when there's a spectacular new fossil discovered that gives us a window into how evolution really works at the sort of cellular level. And this lizard called Mirasaura, meaning marvelous lizard, is one of those things that is a real tease to us paleontologists because it has these structures on its back that look a lot like feathers. You would swear they were feathers, but they're not. But they have a similarity to feathers in the way they were developed in terms of their growth and also some of the structures inside them, which are called melanosomes. Now, these are pigment cells, and they are more like bird feathers than any other kind of similar cell that we get in reptiles or mammals today.
We're looking at the fossil here now, John, but how can you tell what this crust is made of from the rock and what it looked like on the animal?
Well, it's not just the rock. The fossil itself is actually preserved rods with soft tissue. That's the color you can see on this crest. The discovery of this fossil was amazing because they were dug up in 1939 and it was a large collection of them, but they only had the crest. They didn't have the body of the animal. And then the scientists in the Stuttgart Museum got this whole collection that was privately owned, donated to them in 2019.
Diagonal says, someone who knows Spanish, the name Mirasaura says, look, a lizard. Mira, saura. It would be look, a female lizard. Yeah. Mira means look in Spanish. It's like a command or imperative. Look, mira. But in this case, it means, what is it? Fabulous lizard? Marvelous lizard or something? It's funny because like when you have the word saurus in dinosaurs, it means lizard, but the creature is not actually a lizard. This creature is not a lizard. It predates lizards. It's from long before lizards first evolved. So, not a lizard.
19,
Yeah.
And they prepared away with little drills, and eventually they uncovered the whole skeleton sitting below this giant crest. And it was such a mind-blowing discovery that, you know, they look like feathers, and they're probably made of a similar structure to feathers, but they clearly weren't used for flight. They were more likely used in signaling, you know, like peacocks do today with their tails. You know, a structure like that has no function for flight. It's really something that would be used to signal to other mates or to attract a mate.
So does this discovery help to answer evolutionary?
It's funny how in Australian English, the word mate has a wider range of meanings than it does in other English dialect. Signal to mate. So I mate. Look at me. Look at my crest. Hello, mate. Good eye.
Or to attract a mate.
So does this discovery help to answer evolutionary
Attractive
questions
mate.
then about the development of feathers? Because this fossil predates birds, doesn't it?
This fossil is 100 million years older than the first bird. And the first birds evolved from dinosaurs that also had very fancy feathers covering their bodies. So dinosaurs were the first creatures to develop what we call true feathers, and then they developed into flight feathers once birds had evolved from dinosaurs. So what this creature does is it fills in a gap that these early lizard-like reptiles were experimenting with.
Hang on a sec. Equipoise says, so the melanosomes were preserved until now? Yeah, as fossils. This is not as uncommon as you might imagine. Like we were talking about, was this yesterday? Let's see. We have a number of other fossils of critters with preserved melanosomes. There we go. Here's Hank Green talking about this.
Blobs before, but they thought they were just fossilized bacteria. But tiny spheres. Other paleontologists had seen these little blobs before, but they thought they were just fossilized bacteria. But to Vinther's eye, they looked like special structures that help give animals color, melanosomes. If you've heard of these before, it's probably because you have them. Lots of animals do. Melanosomes are responsible for all of your body's coloration, from your skin to your eyes to your hair. Each melanosome contains some type of melanin, which is a natural pigment. And based on their density and distribution, they can create different colors. Now I know what you're wondering. What in the name of Charles R. Knight does a Jurassic squid have to do with dinosaurs? Well, you know what else has melanosomes? Feathers. Experts can look at the feather of a living bird, like a cardinal or a crow, and see what kind of melanosomes make that feather's color. For example, long, skinny melanosomes make black and gray, like the black you find around a cardinal's eyes. But if melanosomes are short and round, they make reddish colors, like what you would see on red-tailed hawks. This information can be used as a template for studying ancient animals. So living dinosaurs are basically the color key to extinct dinosaurs. In 2010, this idea was put to the test in a place that's famous for its abundant fossils of feathered dinosaurs, China. There, a team of Chinese and British scientists studied what might be one of the most adorable dinosaurs ever, the chicken-sized Sinosauropteryx.
Yep.
Sinosauropteryx was the first non-avian dinosaur to be discovered with structures of feather-like fluff back in 1996. And after studying the melanosomes found in that fuzz, researchers determined that Sinosauropteryx was ginger. Its downy coat was apparently reddish-brown over most of its body, but its tail was a little different, alternating between light and dark bands, giving it some extra flair. Vinther and his colleagues used this same technique to reconstruct the plumage of another feathery pigeon-sized dinosaur called Anchiornis. And it turns out that this dinosaur looked kind of like punk rock magpie, mostly black and white on its wings and legs with a splash of red on its top.
So what's really cool is that critters like Anchiornis and Sinosauropteryx here, they show us that in some cases, when we have things like preserved skin or preserved feathers, the cells of the feathers or skin are actually fossilized. They're turned to stone. We find them there in the fossil. And the structures of those melanosomes are still intact. We can tell their shape. Even though the original color is gone, we can figure out what the original color was by looking at the shape. It allows us to determine the coloration of these animals, something that was thought to be impossible when I was a kid. I say this all the time, but when I was a child, just about every children's dinosaur book had a line in it that said something like, well, we'll never know what colors any dinosaurs were, so just take a wild guess. Your guess is as good as anybody's. We'll never know. Well, now we know. For at least a few dinosaurs. And other fossil critters too, with preserved integument, with preserved skin or feathers, the cells of which are fossilized. And yet we can still use them to figure out the coloration. It's super cool stuff, Yeah. So, anyhow, really, really cool that we've got a similar thing, that we've got preserved melanosomes in this critter too. In these skin cells from these weird plumes, there's preserved melanosomes.
Up into flight feathers once birds had evolved from dinosaurs. So what this creature does is it fills in a gap that these early lizard-like reptiles were experimenting with the same genetic process that develops feathers, but they didn't quite get it right the first time.
So you think that...
Get it right. As if the end goal were a feather. As if there were an end goal. There's no end goal in evolution. It's just generation after generation, things change, And if those changes are good, then they spread throughout the population, usually. Those genes become more common in the population. If they're not particularly helpful, useful, if they're detrimental, then they tend to die off. But there's no end process in mind, so yeah. I'm not saying John Long is saying this. If he were here right now talking with us, he would 100% agree. Evolution is... There's no, like, direction to it. There's no end goal in mind. It's just what works, works, and what doesn't dies away.
But the crest was meant for some sort of communication, is that right?
I think it's the most logical answer, and this is what the authors in the paper suggest. We'll never really know, but those melanosomes are a clue, because melanosomes are the pigment cells, you know, the structures within the cell that holds the little bundles of pigment for color. So with further research, they may even determine what color these strange crests on the back of this lizard were. So I think that'll give us more clues with further study.
John Long, lovely to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Roz.
Cool stuff. Yeah. So, Myrasora. Pretty darn cool. Would have been nice to be able to cover this right when it came out, but we got to cover it now. Because we had dinosaurs to dig up this summer. So, glad to have been able to talk about this. Fun little lizard-like thing. Exactly, Claire Burr. What a neat animal. Yeah. And they're not squamates. No, Claire. Yeah. So again, to go into the paper here. These guys are outside of squamata, outside of lizards and snakes. There we go. There is our phylogeny. So squamata is right here. These are the lizards and snakes. You also have Rhynchocephalia, like Tuatara. Right here. So these guys are way outside of that group. They're way over here. They are not part of squamata. And certainly they're not dinosaurs either. So dinosaurs are right here with an Ava metatarsalia. This is the group that today includes birds. Birds are the only living members of this group. But dinosaurs were part of this too. They're all extinct now, except for the birds. That make sense? Yeah. Very cool. Good stuff. Yeah. And, welcome back, Made in the 80s. Hello, hello. Glad you've returned. How are things? So what's interesting is that this critter was part of a private fossil collection until it was turned over into the public trust in a museum, and finally it could be studied by scientists. Check this out. We'll use this to segue into our Ceratosaurus
Mirasaura grauvogeli means the wonder reptile of Grauvogel, and it's called wonder reptile for obvious reasons, and it's called Grauvogeli after Louis Grauvogel, who was the collector who for many decades in the Alsace collected thousands of fossils, including all fossils of Mirasaura, which have been transferred back in 2018, 2019 to our museum, the Museum of Natural History in Stuttgart.
So, again, this had been in a private collection originally, and was kind of useless to science because nobody could study it. But it ends up in a museum, and suddenly, BAM! Exciting new discovery. Again, these fossils have been excavated in the 1930s. And it took until, after 2019, when the museum took possession of these fossils, can actually be studied, announced to the public, enjoyed by the world,
So feathers and the structures of Mirasaura both are composed of outgrowths from the skin that have a central structure in the middle and a sheath on either side. But the structures of Mirasaura fundamentally differ from feathers in that they lack any type of branching. So these sheaths in feathers are all branched into tiny minuscule branches called barbs, and this is totally absent in Mirasaura, which must mean that they fundamentally grew in a different way. What makes Mirasaura so special is that originally we've always thought that reptiles are generally very scaly, generally cold-blooded animals, and it was only the birds and the dinosaurs that were able to grow these complex outgrowths from the skin that also allowed them to become more warm-blooded. And what me...
A real dinosaur?
Manny1804, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. And Pretty Kitty Meow Meow says, isn't the 1930s around the time when there was a bunch of people destroying others' fossil findings to try to be the first to present new dinosaurs? Oh, are you thinking about the Bone Wars in the United States? That was during like the 1870s and 1880s. Yeah. So that was prior, and on a different continent. That was in North America. This is from France. Yeah. Yeah, we talk all about the Bone Wars on this channel. Here, if you're interested in that. I'll give you the link to a VOD where we talk about this. Ceratosaurus was named by Othniel Charles Marsh. Are we talking about Ceratosaurus here? Jurassic. Ceratosaurus right here. Anywho. Here's a link to that VOD there, if you're curious about the Bone Wars. We talk all about it, and I think we may have even gone over that documentary there. Yes, excellent. There's a brilliant documentary which we go over during this stream from, what is it? American Experience on PBS? Dinosaur Wars was the title. But it's about the Bone Wars between Edward Drinker Cope and Othniel Charles Marsh. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway. Ceratosaurus again? I know, right, Claire? Yeah. Anyway, back to this.
Cold-blooded animals, and it was only the birds and the dinosaurs that were able to grow these complex outgrowths from the skin that also allowed them to become more warm-blooded. And what Mirasaura shows us is that these types of complex outgrowths from the skin predate dinosaurs by a long time and most likely predate the evolution of all reptiles alive today, and this fundamentally changes what we know about reptiles.
Very cool.
So Mirasaura is a member of...
Look at all the incredible ichthyosaur fossils they have on display along the walls here. This is really neat. There might be some other critters too, but the ones I can recognize are ichthyosaurs.
A group of reptiles that only lived during the Triassic called Trypanosaurs, which is one of the most bizarre group of reptiles to have ever lived. And they were highly specialized to living in trees. They had these slender snouts, very bird-like snouts, that were used to pry for insects, and also large eyes that allowed them to search for these insects. And they also had a tail that was prehensile, allowing it to grab trees and hold on to trees, and also arms that were very heavily specialized towards digging into trees and for grasping at its insect prey. So the discovery of feathered dinosaurs in China in the 1990s really fundamentally changed our understanding of dinosaurs and when feathers first evolved. The discovery of Mirasaura, in our opinion, is very important. But as with the discovery of the Chinese dinosaurs, we will have to see in future years how important this discovery will truly be. So what Mirasaura grauvogeli shows us is how surprising evolution can be, especially during this time period, the Triassic, and it really changes in many ways what we thought we knew about reptiles and how their skin evolved.
Very cool stuff. Again, to emphasize, this was part of a private collection until the museum acquired it.
Collected thousands of it. It's called Wonder Reptile for obvious reasons, and it's called Grauvogeli after Louis Grauvogel, who was the collector who for many decades in the Alsace collected thousands of fossils, including all fossils of Mirasaura, which have now been transferred back in 2018, 2019 to our museum, the Museum of Natural History in Stuttgart.
So, this is a lovely segue into another story that we need to be talking about here. Something a bit less marvelous, a bit less positive than this wonderful story about Mirasaura. We had another dinosaur auction this summer, in which an important dinosaur fossil was sold to the highest bidder, which, yeah, it's one of these things that it's not fun to talk about, but we need to talk about it. So we're going to get into that. Play The Shining, Cold Open. Actually, yeah, let's do that real quick, Claire. Where is that? I don't know if I still have that in my... Halloween opener, The Shining. Maybe that's it. Yeah.
Stick master.
Danny boy?
Dinosaurs are meant to be shared and admired and studied, not to be bought or sold or profited.
This majestic masterpiece, who is 67 million years old, is the king of the dinosaurs and is our final lot for this evening. I am happy to sell this. Where should we start? At $3 million. And sold for $27,500,000.
Anyway, you get the idea. Fossil auctions are one of these things that paleontologists rankle over. This is not... It's not a pleasant thing to talk about, but we gotta talk about it. Oh boy. Here. Jurassic Berg? Who writes these headlines? Ugh. A rare dinosaur skeleton from a Utah museum sells for massive amount at auction. The juvenile Ceratosaurus? The only one of its kind has been in Lehi's Thanksgiving Point exhibit until last year. We have seen this in person. When I was there in 2021, we did a live stream from the museum in Lehi, Utah. In fact, did 2 live streams from there. And this was like one of the crown jewels of their collections. Let me find that part.
Nelia is actually from the late Jurassic period, so same as a Tyrannosaurus. If this is
anyhow,
is main entrance here.
Timber is asking, isn't most of the Museum of Ancient Life casts?
Oh yeah, almost all of these are going to be casts.
But there are a few actual fossils.
Genuine fossils on display. We've got the holotype of Supersaurus, actually, which I'm really excited to show you. It's going to be pretty cool, but almost all the rest of this is casts. This is much more of a kind of like public-facing... There's like a lot of families who come here and bring their kids. It's
almost a theme park
maybe
kind of
more
a
on the
setup.
spectacle side of things. There's a lot of dinosaurs here, and they're mostly casts and sculpts and replicas and that kind of thing. But
there we go.
Up, it's not, you know, here.
Is this Taeniocalagrius? Yeah. So these are actual dinosaur fossils here, and we're actually really worried about this because if they can sell the Ceratosaurus, they could potentially sell this one too. Oh boy. And the Ceratosaurus is here.
No big, most. Oh my goodness.
Full Ceratosaurus.
Take a look at that.
Gorgeous.
Oh my goodness. So as you can see, there are some sculpted bones in here. These are the ones that are just this matte black.
This is what they sold, Claire, yeah.
And then the rest of these are the actual fossil bones. This is gorgeous. Just absolutely beautiful. You know, I wonder.
I love that they put they filled in the blanks.
Yeah. Makes it a lot easier to know what you're looking
Understand
at, right?
what I'm looking at.
Yeah. And I like how this is in two separate display cases. There's one here, and then Lordy's standing in front of the juncture between the two right here. And another display case. It's a good thing they put these in the correct order. This looks very similar to the one, I'm looking at the nose horn there. We were looking at the right side of a Ceratosaurus skull when we walked in earlier. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same skull.
Or excuse me, we were looking at the left side.
Two halves.
This is like the right. This is the right side right here. I wonder if this is the same skull.
Yeah.
It is.
Just split it
It
up
literally
into
is.
two different displays.
Yeah.
Really kind of
Yeah,
getting their money's worth.
economical.
Yeah. Pretty cool. What a neat animal. It's got these big teeth. Ceratosaurus is kind of well known for having pretty large teeth. You know, for its body size, especially compared to other Morrison theropods. So yeah. Pretty nifty.
Beautiful specimen. And really important. I think there's just a handful, maybe 2 or 3 juvenile Ceratosaurus skeletons in the entire world. So this is really scientifically important. And I think there were people who were actively trying to study this, and somebody at the museum kind of stepped in and kept them from doing that. I think because somebody at the museum had the idea that they wanted to sell it. More on that in a little bit.
This is.
And how rare is Ceratosaurus in general compared to the likes of Allosaurus? Allosaurus is probably 20, 50, maybe 100 times more common than Ceratosaurus. Ceratosaurus is much, much more rare.
A little interesting.
Yeah.
Moosey Fate says, when I mentioned birds as a type of dino.
Anywho, here's a link to this video here. There's a timestamp on there too, so you can continue from that point if you would like to. But gorgeous fossil, and I'm really glad we got to see it before it was lost. A rare skeleton of a roughly 150 million year old Ceratosaurus that had been on display for 25 years at a Thanksgiving Point museum sold for more than $30.5 million on Wednesday, making it one of the most expensive auctions in history. Expensive dinosaur auctions in history. Just... Did the museum get that? No. They did not. We'll get to that in a little bit, but apparently the museum didn't see a dime from this. I've heard it through the grapevine that there is some shady goings-on the museum board, and somehow somebody who was on the museum board was able to work some kind of loophole or something like that, and there was a private sale. It was auctioned off at Sotheby's in New York, I think. And the museum didn't see any of that money. It all went to that board member. So this was like a person, just some guy getting $30 million for a dinosaur that belongs to the public, essentially. So, yeah. In fact, I'm not going to tell you who told me this, but I have it on good authority. that the... Okay. I heard, rumor, but probably accurate rumor, the president of the Lehigh Museum used a backdoor clause to deaccession the Ceratosaurus to sell without board approval. Highly unethical. And that money goes to the commercial group that originally dug up the fossil, and nothing goes to the museum. So something that should be 1,000,000% illegal, like, in my opinion, this is the sort of thing that should land somebody in prison. But yeah, I guess that's how things go on the private market. So yeah. Sketchy Track says, I don't like corrupt science people. This was not a science person. I want to make that very clear. A paleontologist, a scientist would not do this. This is like, a corporate person doing this. This is some business slug doing this kind of thing, Not to... This is a family-friendly broadcast, so I am going to mince words here. I'm not going to say the words that I want to say. But look at my eyes right now. I'm not happy about this. And paleontologists in general are livid about this. The vocabulary that I want to use right now, I can't. Family-friendly broadcast. But you can imagine what I'm thinking right now, Anyhow. The fossilized skeleton was one of just 4 known Ceratosaurus specimens in the world, according to Sotheby's, the auction house that conducted the sale, and the only juvenile one on the planet. Thanksgiving Point's Mountain America Museum of Ancient Life acquired the skeleton in 2000, but sold it for an undisclosed sum last year to a Pleasant Grove company, Fossil Logic, formed by Brock Sisson, who had worked at the Lehigh Museum as a teenager, according to the New York Times. The company finished and mounted the specimen before putting it up for auction. Thanksgiving Point's president and CEO, McKay Christensen, told the Salt Lake Tribune last month that the sale of the skeleton was really necessary for ongoing sustainability, and the proceeds will be used to care for and acquire other artifacts. That's not what I heard. That's not what I heard. When the skeleton went on the auction block, 6 bidders locked in a back-and-forth battle for it lasting more than 6 minutes as the prices rose and rose, 6 times the original estimate before the final bid prevailed. The auction announced last month rankled some in the paleontological community. Some, I would say most, if not all, who are concerned about the public and scientists potentially losing access to specimens and the practice of a museum selling off dinosaurs to pay bills. Again, that's not what I heard actually happened. This wasn't the museum selling off a dinosaur to pay the bills. As I understand it, that museum makes a lot of money, and they don't really put any of that money toward field work or anything like that. I heard that this was like a personal profit thing from an unscrupulous person. The optics are terrible, Jim Kirkland, Utah's state paleontologist, said in an interview. This has created a real stink in the profession. If it gets buried in a private collection where no one gets to see it, that would be really, really sad. By law, dinosaur fossils discovered on public land cannot be sold to private owners, but this Ceratosaurus skeleton was found on private land in 1996 at the Bone Cabin Quarry in Wyoming. According to Sotheby's, however, the specimen won't vanish from public view. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. The auction house said in a news release that the owner plans to loan the skeleton to an institution as is fitting for a specimen of this rarity and importance. That's not the same thing. And that's not how these things work. You can't loan something to a museum and have it be studied scientifically. I want to make that very, very clear. If a specimen is privately owned, it cannot be worked on and studied by scientists. That's just how it works. In order for us to be able to do science on a specimen, there has to be a guarantee that that specimen will be in the public trust. If it's privately owned, if it's part of a private collection, you can't study it and you can't publish on it because there's there's no reason to think that we'll be able to do science on it in the future. Science is all about reproducibility. Science is all about being able to ensure that these fossils remain in the public trust for generations to come. This idea that, like, oh, well, some private individual can own these fossils and, you know, let scientists look at them, but they'll remain in a private collection, it doesn't work for science. Because if something is in a private collection, that means it is private property. It can be sold in the future, or it can be lost in divorce court proceedings. It can be destroyed in a fire. It could be given away to children or whatever, you know? Things that are in private collections are not safe. We've seen this happen before, where important scientific specimens have been in private collections and then they've just completely disappeared off the map. It happens again and again and again and again and again. It's the whole reason why museums exist, is so that we can keep these things in the public trust in perpetuity. That's the reason why I collect, not for private gain, not for private people, but for museums, is that the fossils that I am pouring blood, sweat, and tears into will remain in a museum long after I'm dead. I wouldn't do that for a private collection. I wouldn't be working hard, devoting my time and energy and risking bodily injury to dig up fossils that'll just be on some wealthy person's mantelpiece. Scientifically important fossils belong in the public trust, for scientists to study and the public to enjoy forevermore. That doesn't happen in a private collection. Does that make sense? I get animated about this kind of thing because this is what I've devoted my life to, you know? This is what I'm all about. I don't work for private collectors. I work for museums. Because that's how we can ensure that these fossils will have a future and that people can continue to enjoy and appreciate and study them for decades or centuries into the future. You know? Private collections, there's absolutely no guarantee that that'll be the case, you know? Anywho, I hope that makes sense. That's what we're talking about here, you know? So, the new owner plans to loan the skeleton to an institution. Big whoop, you know? That it can't be scientifically studied. That's not science, you know? In order for it to be scientifically studied, it needs to be there in the future so that scientists can study it in the future. If you publish a paper on a specimen, or you try to publish a paper on a specimen that's in a private collection, usually most journals won't accept that because the standard is people need to be able to go and check your work. Other scientists need to be able to verify or falsify what you're saying, and they can't do that if the specimen isn't available. So yeah. The skeleton had been valued by Sotheby's before the sale at between $4 million and $6 million, but the final auction price of more than $30.5 million makes it among the priciest dinosaur fossils ever sold at auction. Last year, a Stegosaurus skeleton named Apex, and Stegosaurus should be capitalized and italicized. Come on, Salt Lake Tribune. Is that not in your style guide? Anyway. A Stegosaurus skeleton named Apex fetched $44.6 million. Before that, a Tyrannosaurus specimen known as Stan went for $32 million. Those skeletons are on display in museums in New York City and Abu Dhabi, respectively. But, crucially, the Stegosaurus in New York City cannot be studied by scientists. Like, it cannot be published on in a proper scientific journal because it's under private ownership. And legally, that private owner could snatch that away at any moment, and the museum wouldn't be able to do anything about it. That's the whole point here, you know? Sotheby's did not provide information about who bought the Ceratosaurus skeleton. They'd certainly be getting a lot of hate mail right now, I think, and maybe rightfully so. Fully grown, the carnivorous late Jurassic dinosaur, which lived between 149 and 154 million years ago, would have measured more than 20 feet in length. It's one of the species in the movie Jurassic Park 3. Yeah, Ceratosaurus is very Very well-known dinosaur. It's got a big place in popular culture, especially in the earlier part of the 20th century. Ceratosaurus was very, very popular in like pop culture. Nowadays, it's been kind of superseded by some other carnivorous dinosaurs, but Ceratosaurus is one of the first big theropods to be scientifically studied, and it's what gave it kind of a special place in pop culture. This juvenile was just over 6 feet tall, not 6 feet tall, and 11 feet long. No, those dimensions are not right. It wouldn't be 6 feet tall. With 139 fossilized bone fragments and sculpted material filling in the rest of the lunging skeleton. And I guess that's the end of the article? Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. It is a problem, RB42, you're right. Yeah. But yeah. Lukai CH says, if you're a rich guy or gal and want to snatch a specimen for the heck of it, you'd also do something for science, buy it, then donate it to a public museum. I mean...
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Thank you, pretty kitty meow meow. I appreciate the follow. That's the thing, is this was already in a museum beforehand. Yeah, and I'd kind of wondered, like, why it hadn't been studied properly. Why nobody had really, like... I don't think anybody had ever published on that specimen. I think it may have been part of someone's master's thesis at one point. And then... I don't know all the details, but I heard a rumor that somebody wanted to publish on it and couldn't.
If they're removed...
Because there were some nefarious dealings going on behind the scenes. And thank you for the Prime, Pretty Kitty Meow Meow. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Yeah, and it's just super frustrating. So there's a, I posted this to Blue Sky earlier. Right here. A new piece in The Conversation. Fossils are scientific evidence and shouldn't be auctioned for millions to private buyers.
Ontogeny.
So there's a few different paleontologists who are quoted in this, including our new president of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, Stuart Samita. He's quoted in this. So last year, a Stegosaurus named Apex sold at auction for $40.5 million. A juvenile Ceratosaurus fetched $30.5 million just last month. This is the one we're talking about. Supporters of these sales argue that they're harmless, or even good for science. They're not good for science. Others compare fossils to art objects, praising their beauty or historical charm. As paleontologists, we say plainly, these views could not be more misguided. Fossils are neither art objects nor trophies. They are scientific data that provide a tangible record of Earth's deep history. Fossils are essential tools for understanding evolution, extinction, climate change, and the origins and disappearances of ecosystems. Their true value lies not in their price tags, but in what they teach. Of course, some fossils are beautiful. So are endangered white rhinoceros, but no one argues that rhinos should be auctioned off to the highest bidder. Actually, there are people who argue that, and I think that's a disgusting argument, but yeah. In fact, it's like some of the same people who argue that fossils should be auctioned off. You should also be able to auction off, you know, endangered species too. Sure, why not? A fossil's worth isn't defined by its beauty, but by its permanent scientific accessibility. Oh man, there should not be an apostrophe in that "it's," but whatever. Science versus ownership. Paleontologists are historians of deep time, studying life through millions of years. And holy cow, Dynamite Twins! Hang on, we'll take a brief digression from this.
Dynamite Twins and their 322 raiders don't know what they're in for.
I appreciate the raid, Dynamite Twins. How was your stream and how are you doing? It is wonderful to have you here. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for joining us. And MiniPie here says hello as well. Dynamite Twins, thank you so much for the raid. How did your stream go? Shelly Angel Marie, thank you for the follow, and Croc90, thank you for following too.
All those questions will be answered.
Lexi's phone basically self-destructed, but it was fine. Oh boy. I hope it's back up and running soon. Sounds a little dire. But Dynamite Twins, I am so excited to see you at TwitchCon this year. I think we can officially announce this. It's on the website. Here. The official TwitchCon schedule. There we go. The IRL Content Evolved Workshop. I'm going to be on this panel right here with Dynamite Twins. I can't wait. It is going to be excellent. Really cool stuff. Hoping to save files. Can't wait to see you too. It's going to be... Oh man, I can't wait. Again, if you're not yet following Dynamite Twins, reconsider that. Go give them a follow. They do really cool IRL streams. And Sketchy Tracks, thank you for the gift sub to Dynamite Twins. I really appreciate that.
Sketchy Tracks gifted a tier 1 sub to Dynamite Twins.
Thank you, Sketchy Tracks. Phenomenal. I'm really excited to be at TwitchCon this year and to see you there. And Mark Melbourne, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Excellent.
Mark Melbourne is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Good stuff. For anybody who's brand new here and is wondering, what's this all about? Paleontologizing. What kind of a channel is this? Here's a quick little trailer.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
I just finished putting this together.
Test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. So that's what we do here. I just got back from 3 weeks of digging dinosaurs out in the remote deserts of eastern Utah, and tried to stream almost every day from the field. And I'll be back out there in Utah before TwitchCon this year, late September. I'll be spending, I think, about 2 weeks out in the field digging up more dinosaurs and showing you what that's like firsthand. So,
Are you paleontologying?
Mike19651, thanks for the follow. I hope you're as excited for that as I am. It's going to be a ton of fun. So, yeah, in the VODs from the summer live streams, these fieldwork live streams are on YouTube. So feel free to check that out if anybody's interested. Right now, we're discussing a slightly less cheery topic. This is something that I and my colleagues have been pretty upset about recently. Important dinosaur fossils being sold at auction for tens of millions of dollars, disappearing into private collections where they can't be studied or enjoyed by the public. It's a serious issue in our profession. And so... yeah, oh boy. Deeply frustrating.
Juvenile dinosaurs are just beyond rare. For many reasons. They're tasty. Adult dinosaurs love to eat them, but also much harder to find them fossilized. You know, when you have a big, robust...
And Dude Man You, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Oh, and very cool, Jim. So that's Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland there in the chat. Yeah, I'm going to be working at Lori's site there in eastern Utah. Could the new BYU Polycanthian actually represent Gastonia Lori McWhinney? Very testable. Interesting, Jim. Interesting. Jim is also quoted in this article right here. And thank you, Sreliata, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, about this Ceratosaurus auction. Jim says, the optics are terrible. Jim Kirkland, Utah State paleontologist, said in an interview. This has created a real stink in the profession. If it gets buried in a private collection where no one gets to see it, that would be really, really sad. And there's a pretty high chance that that's what's going to happen here with this thing. Yeah. And Sreliata says, greetings from Germany. Greetings from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Hope you're doing well out there in Germany. I hope you're staying cool. I hear there's a big heat wave going through Europe right now. Anyway. Hello, hello, California. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. And Yoda Eater says, making it a market only makes sense when it might influence capital allocation. If this funds more digs and doesn't crowd out existing digs, then it might make some sense. It's not. It's actively crowding out paleontological digs. This is a thing that... It's been a problem since, like, the 1990s, essentially, and it only seems to be getting worse. This is why a lot of paleontologists just can't work on private land anymore. Is that in the US, fossils that are scientifically important, if they're found on private land, they belong to the private landowner. And the private landowner can do whatever they would like with it. There we go. I actually talked about this on the news a few years back. Here, I'll show you this clip. I realized that GB News is kind of a right-wing news outlet, and when I was asked to do to have a conversation with Michael Portillo about fossil auctions, this was a few years back, I thought it was going to be a real fight. I thought I was going to have to really make the case that these fossils, that their value is in science and not in, not as like private commodities. I was pleasantly surprised that Michael Portillo, good on him, was on our side. Check it out.
Welcome back. In the world of dinosaur bones, something is out of joint. A skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus rex named Shen was due to be auctioned with appropriate hype in Hong Kong this coming week. Expected to fetch more than £20 million, Shen was abruptly withdrawn from sale by auction house Christie's when doubts emerged over the provenance of parts of the skeleton.
So as it turned out, there were, I think, only like a handful of actual real bones, and the rest of this was either 3D printed or sculpted or directly cast from the Stan Tyrannosaurus specimen, which they did not have the rights to reproduce. That was another commercial specimen, and so these folks basically got caught trying to pawn off another dinosaur as their own. Most of this was the Stan specimen. They didn't have the rights to sell that. And so the auction got shut down before it even started.
The plot thickens as it appears that some of Shen may be replicated from the bones of another T-Rex called Stan. This Jurassic whodunit has serious implications. Globally, millions are made illegally trading bones and fossils, which are diverted from scientists who could study them. David Waterhouse is the Senior Curator of Natural History and Geology at Norfolk Museum and joins us from Norwich. Hello, good to speak to you again.
Yeah, nice to see you, Michael.
And from Northern California, dinosaur paleontologist Danny Anduza, who hosts Paleontologizing, which can be viewed on Twitch.
How crazy is that to hear from a newscaster? Wild, right?
So, David, first of all, why does it matter that there's an illegal trade? In what way are they diverted from scientists, and why does that matter?
Yeah, I think you know, these are really important things. They're not just.
I love how he says Twitch, though. Yeah, me too.
Art, and I think that's the problem. That's not to downgrade art in any way, but we're picking up scientific information about our.
Here, I'll give you a link to this. I think Claire already put a link in the chat. Thank you, Claire. But for the interest of time, I'm gonna skip through what David Waterhouse is saying, even though it's important. I don't want to get too off track here. Yeah.
If these fossils like T-Rexes and other fossils go straight into the hands of private individuals.
Danny, can you understand why a skeleton could be worth $20 million or pounds or whatever?
Frankly, Michael, I can't. As somebody who's dug up a lot of dinosaurs over the years, I've done a lot of field work in places like Montana and Utah, working with various museums. It doesn't cost very much to dig these things up in the first place. Maybe a few hundred or a few $1,000s to dig up, you know, a handful of bones, like in the Shen specimen.
And it really only was a handful of bones. All the rest of that Tyrannosaurus was, you know, was there copies of other bones from Stan or the sculpts or 3D prints or whatever. It really only was like a handful of actual bones.
There's really no reason in the world why it should sell for anything over $1 million. Paleontologists like me are flabbergasted every time that happens, and I think it's because the buyers are being misled, as they were in the case of Shen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sticking with you, Danny, there was the case of the actor Nicolas Cage, who into his possession there came a skull. Do you want to?
And Dynamite Twin says they were misled. Yeah. So in the case of the Shen specimen, this was actually pulled off of the auction block. The auction was canceled because it became clear that there was some misrepresentation going on. The sellers were claiming that there was more actual fossil bone there than actually existed in reality. It turned out that like the majority of this was here we go. The vast majority of this was not real fossil bone. And they tried to obscure this and all of the marketing material and stuff like that before it. And like most of these bones are replicas of another Tyrannosaurus specimen nicknamed Stan, which was a commercial specimen. The sellers did not have the rights to sell the Stan bones. Those are copyrighted because it was a commercial specimen from the Black Hills Institute. So yeah, the whole thing was just a big debacle, you know? So most of it is fake. In this case, yeah, so there's only a few actual real fossil bones in here from the Shen specimen. And then all of the missing pieces, like the gaps were filled in with perfect replicas of a different Tyrannosaurus specimen nicknamed Stan. Yeah, so let's see, I think it might have been part of one of the femurs was real. There were a few other pieces, but it was a whole debacle. Yeah. And DMCA case against dinosaur bones? Essentially, yeah. Yeah. Shen was a scam, says Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, and I'm not the only one saying this. Yeah. There. Shen, the multi-million-dollar T-Rex up for auction, may not be totally authentic. May not be. They're being real cautious about that. But, yeah. So Pete Larson discovered that the 40-foot-long Shen actually appears to include replica parts, including its skull, from another T-Rex skeleton, Stan. And this was immediately obvious to any dinosaur paleontologist looking at this, because Stan's skull is incredibly distinctive. I would recognize it at a glance anywhere. So there is Stan's skull right here. The teeth are all doofy looking because they're kind of pulled out of the jawbones, so the teeth look crazy long. And that's pretty distinctive. You can get like commercial replicas of Stan's skull. You can buy these. In fact, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson he actually purchased a replica of Stan's skull. The original Tyrannosaurus was auctioned off, and it was kind of a mystery, like, who bought it? Who was the mystery buyer? And then The Rock shows up in a video call at one point with the skull in the background, and everybody's like, he bought Stan! But no, he bought an exact replica of the skull, and lots of museums around the world have this. If you've got $20,000 or whatever, you can buy your own. Might be like $50,000. But, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But is this really Stan or a replica of the powerful predator? It's a replica, not the real deal, said Pete Larson. The Rock purchased from Black Hills Institute a cast of Stan's skull toward the end of 2021, Larson told Life Science. We were very excited that he was going to get one. He's one of our heroes. He seems to be a really genuine human being who plays pretty cool parts in movies. And The Rock confirmed this, too. Yeah. So anywho, you can look all this stuff up yourself if you'd like to. Yeah. He's a genuinely nice guy. That's what I've heard too, Squiggles. Yeah. But The Rock said, he was quoted somewhere saying, like, you know, the real one belongs in a museum. Like, it's an important scientific specimen. Was it here? After my live interview NFL thing, there's been a ton of worldwide speculation in the world of science that I'm the mystery buyer of the original T-Rex skull known as Stan, he wrote. I am not the mystery buyer. In my home office, there is a replica cast of Stan that I made and purchased for my friends at the Black Hills Institute in South Dakota. Yeah. My love, respect, fascination, and curiosity for paleontological science runs deep. And if I was the proud owner of the real Stan, I sure as hell wouldn't keep him in my office. I'd keep him in a museum so the world can enjoy, study, and learn from him. There you go. Stand-up guy, The Rock. Paleo salute to him, for sure. Yeah, that might not be what happens with our Ceratosaurus skeleton here, which was auctioned off. Oh boy, this lady again. Anyhow. So this thing, it sold for $30 million. And you might think, well, it's a very rare specimen. Of course it's worth tens of millions of dollars. And to that, I would say, completely wrong. It might be scientifically priceless, but that doesn't mean that it's valuable in a monetary sense. You know, if we're actually looking at how much it costs to dig something like this up, and then to mount it like this, and I'm not convinced they even did a particularly good job in mounting it. I don't know. Maybe a few grand, something like that? A few $1,000 to excavate and then mount a skeleton like this? Like, whoever bought this for $30+ million got majorly ripped off. These things are just not worth that much. That's why it's so frustrating to a dinosaur paleontologist. Is like, I'm out there in the field digging these things up. Spending blood, sweat, and tears to do that. And sometimes fundraising to do that. Like, you know, like we've done here in this community. This incredible set of people watching right now, the paleontologizing community. You guys have helped us raise a ton of money to be able to go do field work in places like Wyoming. Back in 2023, we raised $7,100. Actually, more than this. Some of it came in from platforms other than experiment.com. But pretty extraordinary. This was to fund an entire summer's worth of field work. It was a few $1,000. it'll cost a few $1,000s more to transport the fossils back to a museum and to get them cleaned and studied and everything else. But that's my point, is that these things don't cost that much. And holy cow, Casey Snow Arts! Well, 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 thank you for the raid.
Snow Art is bringing the beat along.
Professional partner raid. Phenomenal. Casey Snow Art, thank you so much for raiding in. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. It's a snowstorm indeed. Yes. How are you, Casey? I'm impressed. 211 viewers. Pretty darn good. I hope you had a really exciting and fun stream, Casey. I'm sure you did with that many viewers. How are things? Beautiful. Casey Snow Art, welcome to Paleontologizing. A Blue Skittle, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Stream was good, says Casey. We did pixel art with another art streamer. Very cool. Two Swan Song 2. Two Swan, Too Furious. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. And did a pixel dinosaur, so I thought we would stop in. I really appreciate it, Casey. Holy moly. Turning the tables on me. I love to raid into you. You raiding into me was unexpected, and I deeply appreciate it. Good stuff. Jazzy JD, thank you for the follow. And Alien Snow Monkey, thank you for the follow too. Welcome, welcome.
And serious game of paleontology.
Good to have you here. Holy moly. Yeah. Happy I could return the favor. I appreciate it very much, Casey. Thank you. Excellent. Here, Casey, let me show you.
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
Glorious Sun does, though. Thank you for the 19 months of support. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Here, for anybody who's new, let me play a quick little channel trailer for you. I'm showing this off rather than our previously recorded Danny videos because this is new and I'm excited about it. Yeah, check this out. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Alien crawling Danny. No, crocodile crawling Danny. Or lizard crawling Danny, maybe, Casey. Here, where is that clip? Let's find that clip here. But that's when I was trying to explain sprawling versus upright stance in different reptiles. Here we go. It's gonna be one of these. Right? There we go. They have sprawled limbs, so they hold their arms and legs
Things like lizards
to the
or
side like this. They kind of walk around like that. And it works for them, but for somebody like us, like mammals, it's pretty awkward. Our limbs don't naturally work that way. You know, our legs are held directly underneath our body to help support our body weight in a really efficient way. And dinosaurs were the same way. Their limbs go straight down. Mm-hmm. This is true. There we go. Find you a... Here we go. Upright stance in dinosaurs. They didn't sprawl their limbs out to the sides like modern lizards or to a certain extent, crocodilians. Dinosaurs had an erect, upright, bird-like stance, or almost mammal-like. But I like to say bird-like because that's where birds got their posture from, was from their dinosaur ancestors. This is an evolutionary hand-me-down that birds got from their dinosaur forebears. Yeah, good stuff. Anywho, yeah.
The infant, the adult.
Afro Bandit Girl, thank you for the 23 months.
Ontogeny.
It's been that long already. Thank you, Danny, for reigniting my love for dinosaurs.
Thank you, Afro Bandit Girl, for your continued support. It means a lot to me. Thank you for your kind words always and your enthusiasm. I appreciate you. Thank you. That's why we don't have sprawling birds, which would look very weird. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Although some birds do kind of sprawl. But almost kind of accidentally. Things like the common loon, they've got really weird hind limbs that kind of stick out to the sides. Yeah. Not sprawling like a lizard, but they're very awkward when they're on land. But they are definitely the exception among birds. There we go. So yeah, they're not built for walking. What they are built for is flying and swimming under the water. They're very, very good at that. Here. They are incredibly proficient swimmers. They're so neat. But anyway, they're the only bird that I can think of where the legs kind of stick out to the sides. And that's a special weird thing that makes them unique. Yeah. Really neat.
A real mean kid. With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
And Spionism, thank you, Spionism, for the follow. Spionism. Thanks for following. Welcome, welcome. And Casey says, I'm not sure if you heard, but I was able to get help with some microfossil finding at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science on Monday. Been waiting for over a year for a callback on that volunteer position. Thanks for the inspiration to apply. Holy cow, Casey. That is incredibly exciting. Holy moly. Shoot, that is... Super exciting, Casey. Holy cow. Well done. I talk about this all the time, how if you're interested in fossil science, you can pursue that. There are museums that need volunteers. There are field programs that could use your help. There's so many different ways to get involved. You do not have to have a degree. You do not have to be a professional paleontologist. You can still make valuable, meaningful contributions to fossil science. This is something that I posted about on Blue Sky the other day. I was reposting this from Karen Poole. She says, the fun thing about paleontology is that it isn't a specific job. Sure, you need a PhD to be a professor or a curator at a big museum. Not always, but in many cases, yeah. But there are jobs in preparation, museum outreach, education, government, collections management, freelance writing, art. Don't require that sort of qualification. And those jobs are all in paleo. And beyond that, there are different things that you can do that aren't even a job. You can volunteer in a museum, helping clean fossils, or sort through micromaterial. You can be a volunteer in collections sometimes. You can, like in the fossil collections in the back of the museum. You can help guide tours, be a docent, or a gallery interpreter. There's so many different ways. Oh, you can go out into the field and dig up fossils, like I and my colleagues do during the summer. I'm volunteering there. I'm not getting paid. There's no budget to pay us. Working on just a shoestring budget for the whole time that we're out there, so I'm volunteering my time. You can do that too. You watching at home, it's possible. All you gotta do is try and get involved. Contact your local museum. Do an online search for field crews that might need people. Some of these have an application process, and some of them it's just you email them and you ask, hey, can I get involved? So yeah, that's exactly what Casey did, and it's worked out. Casey, I am so excited for you. That's so cool. Got to sort through micromaterial, and I'm hoping to do some prep work eventually. Maybe even be allowed to go on a dig someday. Very, very cool, Casey. I know it's tricky at the museum in Denver. They've got a long waiting list, but it looks like you stuck it out, and now you're in. Proud of you, Casey. That's so awesome. Oh, man. Christmas Cat says, definitely want to apply to my museum, too? You absolutely should. Yeah. If you're lucky enough to live near a museum, you should look into that. And if you might not live near a museum, there are field programs across the United States and Canada and around the world that take on volunteers. The Dickinson Museum Center, the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota, I've worked with these folks before. Denver Fowler was my old crew chief when he was in at Museum of the Rockies in Montana. And yeah, they have one of the biggest and most important field programs on the planet. And they take volunteers. There's a volunteer forum on their website. Also, there's me on their website. Multiple places. Yeah, there's me again right there. I'm all over their website. Good stuff. So, volunteer application form. Yeah. This is pretty competitive, but I know people who are currently pursuing a degree in paleontology, and they first really got into that because they volunteered in the field for this museum. It's not just this one in North Dakota. There's also museums in the Los Angeles Museum. The NHMLA, as it's now called, Natural History Museum of Los Angeles. There's the museum in Denver, Colorado. There's the museum in New York City, the American Museum of Natural History. There's museums in Texas, and Oklahoma, and Utah, and Colorado, and Kansas, all of which need volunteers. There's museums up in Canada. If you're in Alberta or Ontario or in other places in Canada, they could use your help. So I would encourage anybody who's really jazzed about this, try and pursue that. Get yourself onto a field crew. Yeah. And M. Charles is confirming this.
My 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And holy cow, 52 months! Now at Tier 3, Science Streams. Balint, I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you, Science Streams. I was thrilled to see Lita online last night on the channel. I was so busy I didn't have time to say hello, but it was great seeing her there. Science Streams, holy cow. Really looking forward to seeing you at TwitchCon too, Science Streams. Before I get to your comment, M. Charles, hang on just a minute, and let's see if that schedule is updated.
Look
What a beautiful graph there, Trader Joe. I like your name, too. Trader Joe, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Oh, and here we go. It's updated now. Excellent. I'm going to be on a special panel with Science Streams and Casey Snowart and Ultrasaurus at TwitchCon this year. The Innovation and Educational Content on Twitch panel. Join a dynamic panel of science and education streamers who are breaking new ground in how Twitch can be used for education. From real dinosaur digs and microscope work to ethical farming in simulation games and conservation through art. There you go. That'll be at 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. on the Give Please stage on October 18th, 2025. San Diego, California. It's official now. Super excited for that. Oh man, I'll be talking about this a lot before we actually get to it, but yeah. It's live on the TwitchCon schedule page now. There's a link in the chat for you. Anywho, M. Charles, first time chat, says, "Hey Danny, right after I graduated college, I applied to the Cleveland Natural History Museum for the Paleo department. They had me cataloging all their shark fossils. It was an amazing experience. Highly recommend." That is super cool, M. Charles. I got to visit that museum a couple years ago while they were under renovation for their fossil hall. But now that is complete, and at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting next year, we're going to be visiting there. SVP 2026 will be held in Cleveland. And I think the reception is going to be there at that museum, and I can't wait. It's going to be excellent. Super cool. M. Charles, if you're still in the Cleveland area, yeah, you might get to meet 1,000 paleontologists, maybe more. If you go to that reception, pretty cool. Yeah. And Trader Joe says, "Thank you. I was lurking on Casey's stream." It's good to have you here, Trader Joe. And again, great name. Yeah. And gonna be on the same panel as Casey. No shot. I'm going too. Very cool, Trader Joe. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah. And I'm going then. The new museum is amazing. Awesome, M. Charles. I wonder if they have it on the SVP website yet. Let's see here. Annual meeting. Future/past meetings. This year is going to be in Birmingham, UK.
I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct.
Glitter Queen, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Alright, so they don't have it on the official website yet, but I saw in an email that SVP is going to be in Cleveland next year. And I'm excited. It's going to be good. Yeah. And Claire... Oh, just do a Control F for education. You'll see it there. Yeah. Oh, and Charlie's Dragon just told me the same thing. Sorry. Charlie's Dragon way ahead of me. Casey says never been before to TwitchCon. Never even been to California. So some familiar faces will be nice. Oh yeah, you can... I'm sure you're gonna turn out to be more of a social butterfly than you realize, Casey. But if you need like somebody to hang out with for the first day or whatever, I'll be there. So, and I'm excited to meet you in person. So you can hang out with me until you make some other friends too, which I'm sure you'll do really fast. But yeah. Are you have you got an Artist Alley booth too, Casey, or shoot, if you do, that's gonna be a lot for your first year. But no booth, unfortunately. That's probably for the best this year. You'll get the full TwitchCon experience, and you won't have to be you know, in charge of a booth for the whole time. You get to really enjoy being at TwitchCon. That's gonna be cool. Yeah. And Nerduino says Danny is a great person to hang out with at TwitchCon. Well, when I'm not sneaking up on people and having my Velociraptor attack them, I suppose. Yeah. Let's see, where was that? It was while we were in Artist Alley, I think. Where was that? I want to say it was toward the end of our stream. We snuck up behind Nerduino and yeah, not from the front, but from the back actually. Contra Jurassic Park. Darn, where was that? There we go.
Casey Snowart says, "Yay, Artist Alley."
Yeah. Oh. And there's Casey there in the chat. Artist Alley says Casey, yeah.
Yeah.
She should have a booth next.
Absolutely. Casey, maybe you will have a booth next year. That would be really cool.
Again, it'd be nice for you to have a booth in future years, but I'm glad you're not gonna have to worry about that this year, because it is a ton of work.
See if we can get you partnered beforehand as well. I can't be too far.
Oh, hang on, what did I just say?
Get you partnered beforehand as well.
Oh, yeah.
I can't be too far off, I imagine.
No, it's not.
Walk around over Artist Alley.
Casey's an official Twitch partner now.
Oh, hang on.
There's Nerduino.
We got the screen back on. Yeah, ready? Nerduino is here. Hey, guys. And Astro Canuck. Yeah.
I was like, who is that?
I very obnoxiously interrupted.
Time here at TwitchCon.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, no.
Well, I did mean to interrupt, but I hope it wasn't too disruptive.
No. Panel was awesome. Yeah, really good.
Great. I'm really
Standing room only. It was standing room only.
Fantastic. Did anybody record it so we can watch it later?
It's on the Give Please.
Oh, that's right. They were on the NASA panel last year, weren't they? Super cool.
We'll have the VOD here
Yeah.
as well.
Very cool. Yeah.
That was great.
Awesome. Super cool.
Really good questions. Really smooth.
Anyway, cool stuff. I can't wait for TwitchCon this year. Again, I'll be on 2 different panels. Innovating and educational content on Twitch. That'll be on the 18th, 12:30. And then I'll also be at this one, IRL Content Evolved. Take your content from the chair to anywhere. Learn from Twitch ambassadors and IRL experts on how to elevate your IRL content to the next level. Thanks, Ninth's Firespin, for the follow. Thanks for dropping in there. Find solutions to mobile streaming challenges and learn innovative strategies to apply to your live show. Very cool. Yeah. So I'll be on there with all of these cool people, including Dynamite Twins. So that's 2 panels so far. And I think that's it for now. I might be on an additional panel. We'll see. But, yeah. Lots of questions about IRL rigs. Excellent, Casey. That's going to be really cool. Anywho. Yeah. So, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah. We were talking about fossil auctions. You know, let's, where was that? There we go. From the conversation. I'll give you a link to this. But yeah, you know, important fossils like this. As a wise man once said,
That belongs in a museum.
does belong in a museum. Fossils are scientific evidence and shouldn't be auctioned off for millions to private buyers. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, whose meeting this year will be in Birmingham, UK, next year in Cleveland.
Like much 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. Our clique here on Twitch.
Thank you, Nerduino, for the 500 bits. I really appreciate that, Nerduino. Thank you, thank you.
You don't need to salute the paleontologist.
And Leviathan723, what a cool name. Thanks for the follow. Nerduino's throwing 500 bits my way to feed Velia so he won't be food this year. It's a wise move there, Nerduino. Yeah, Nerduino, you're going to TwitchCon this year, right? I hope so. I look forward to hanging out with you again. Yeah. I will be there. Yes, sir. You don't have to call me sir, Nerduino. Holy cow. But yeah, I can't wait to hang out with you again. That's gonna be really cool. Yeah. You get you on the beach cleanup team. Oh, that sounds neat. That sounds very cool, Nerduino. Yeah, awesome. I also need to get in contact maybe with the that sea turtle conservation group in San Diego. SoCal Sea Turtles. Yeah. So we'll... I was a little bit late to start my stream today because I had a meeting with... I'm not going to name any names yet, but with a very important figure in sea turtle conservation and research. He took time out of his day to talk with me and trying to figure something out where we can do some streams to benefit leatherback turtle conservation. I need to ask him about this group and see if yeah, trying to figure out which different groups are reputable, which have a good reputation, which groups might be most in need of funding, that kind of thing. So I'm putting out feelers in different directions and trying to get to know who's who in the world of sea turtle conservation, especially as concerning leatherback turtles. So yeah, in fact, I've got to respond to some emails and stuff pretty soon, so we're going to be wrapping up the stream in a few minutes. But yeah, Casey Snort says, very exciting. I know, right? Oh man, I can't wait. Any reliable Chinese conservation groups, please let me know. I will do that, Casey. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. With all of that having been said, here I will once again give you a link to this piece here. If anybody would like to share this on social media or just read it. It's good stuff in here. Some quotes from prominent paleontologists. Christy Curry Rogers. Oh, her husband was out in the field with us in Wyoming back in June. Ray Rogers. Christy Curry Rogers and he are kind of a paleontology power couple. Also Stuart Samita, who is the new president of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. I need to send him an email sometime soon, too. But he's quoted in here as well. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, the world's largest organization of professional paleontologists, has created ethical guidelines to reflect professional research standards. Critics have called these too strict, saying the rules should be loosened, but loosening our ethical standards would mean abandoning the very core of the scientific method in favor of convenience and profit. It is unethical to sell human fossils or cultural artifacts to private collectors. The same standard should apply to dinosaurs and other fossil vertebrates. Fossils, whether common or spectacular and rare, are an irreplaceable part of our planet's history. Science should not be for sale. We suggest that fossil living millionaires and billionaires put their money where it can make a transformative difference. Instead of buying one skeleton, we encourage those fans to support the research, museum students, and scientific societies that breathe new life into ancient bones. One single fossil's price tag could fund years of groundbreaking discoveries, education, and exhibitions. That's a legacy worth leaving, especially at a time when funding for science is dwindling. Hear, hear. Anyhow. With that, I think it's time to wrap up today's stream. About an hour earlier than we usually would on a given day, but I've got emails to respond to, I've got correspondence to do, I've got a bunch of chores to take care of. I gotta follow up on this leatherback turtle stuff too. So, while the night is still young, let's wrap things up here. We will begin our wrap-up procedure. Here's a Smilodon skull, California state fossil. To run our credits over. And let's see who else is here on Twitch right now. Maybe somebody else is doing some science, and we can show them some raid love. Let's see, let's see. Whoop.
Hi, Colin.
Stop it. Today is Wednesday, is it not? And Rakadactylus is streaming. Let's go right into Reiko. Excellent. Rakadactylus is a cognitive scientist who studies why people believe weird things, why people reject science, why people embrace all kinds of conspiracy theories or other fringe beliefs and stuff. Why do people do that? He studies it. So he's talking about science and why people believe weird things right now. Let's go right into him. Thank you everybody for watching today's stream, for contributing your questions, your curiosity, your enthusiasm, and your financial support too. That's the reason I can continue to do this day in and day out, is because of all of you generous supporters and everybody who followed and raided huge raids today. Thank you, Dynamite Twins and Casey Snowart. Thank you also, of course, to the moderators who keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. I appreciate that more than you know. We're gonna pass that love along to Rakadactylus here. I'll be streaming again tomorrow for our final stream of the week, and I hope to see you then. But for right now, it's Reiko time. Let's jump in there